Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, October the 28th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me and see my screen. Thank you, William. And maybe somebody in YouTube can do the same. Just let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. Somebody who might be in YouTube right now. Okay, on a personal note, guys, I've had a pretty nice start. I woke up early enough. I saw this CYBN. I looked at the news. I thought, okay, they've done a financing, and I was able to get a very nice short of this. I was really surprised to see that Interactive Brokers had almost 1 million shares to short. So I was able to take a short of this one, CYBN, and not in it anymore. I'll actually take a look at if it takes out the VWAP underneath the VWAP here. Now, I wish I could say, yeah, no, Hobie. I wish I could say that I went long VSEE. I thought about it. I don't take the stocks under a dollar, number one. When it got to a dollar, I thought, okay, maybe, and then it pulled back a little bit, and I kind of forgot about it, and boom. So, but happy enough to have, thank you, Dorf, in our YouTube room. Happy enough to have got a hold of that CYBN short. But look at, this is unbelievable, truly unbelievable. I mean, this stock came from 60 cents, 55 cents in the pre-market, and it just popped up to $4. Wow. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. And now, boy, now the issue, of course, was, where would you short it? Here, 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 here. That's the issue. And they did have news, trading higher after the company received U.S. Department of Health and Human Services authority to operate at the FedRAMP high level. Well, maybe somebody in your country knows what that means. I have no idea what that means, but anyway, that's the news. And pretty obviously a very low float, 7.9 million in the float. Hmm. Now I did see also this. I almost shorted this one also. This LTRN. It was phase one news presented, but I didn't get it in time. This is another one. The reason why I would have shorted it is because when I looked left, I thought, well, it's going to have a tough time getting through all this. So, but I did not short it. But that's LTRN. Not There were a couple 100,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers. Now, CYBN, I may flip the script on it. CYBN, it's still over the 200-day moving average. The weekly high, let's take a look at where it got to. It got up to 879, and the next high, you can see there's the weekly high right there, and that's kind of where it stalled. 883 got up to 879 in the pre-market. Somehow it takes that out, though. It still has some room to almost 10. Okay, thank you, Michelle. The most rigorous level of cloud services for government data. Michelle in our YouTube room is explaining what the FedRAMP means. Meanwhile, the SPY just had a little pop here, guys. You can see what sort of news there is at 9 o'clock. With the Red Book year over year, again, this is just in the economic calendar. I just pasted a lot of this stuff here, so I don't know how much the Red Book year over year, S&P Case Shiller home price. That's at 9 and at 10 o'clock, and at 10 o'clock, and at 10 o'clock. We've got the Richmond Fed, a lot of Dallas Fed at 10:30. So I don't know if that Red Book, whatever numbers came out of that, I don't know if that caused the pop in the market. So let's take a look at what else is happening. Now, there's one that fell off here. It was leading, but I don't see it anymore. It's another one of those ones under a dollar. XHLD. Don't see it anymore. It's under 50 cents. I think my minimum here is 50 cents, but it's still up 68%. This is Monday agreement with Excite Digital. This is yesterday's news. Yeah, keep an eye on the cruisers, guys. So RCL earnings play, Royal Caribbean earnings play, getting thumped here, $10 or down 10%. And so this is dragging the rest of them down. Now, so this one is down 10%. So there's Carnival. CCL is down 4%. Not an earnings play, but being affected. NCLH, Norwegian, down 4% also. So basically affected by RCL's earnings. Well, Michelle, you probably needed some kind of a big pullback. I mean, anything is possible. It's a low float. The question is it too high a price to still go long at this point? Well, I mean, it's gone absolutely parabolic, right? It is pulled back, but to me, it's not pulled back to a moving average or the VWAP. PayPal is an earnings play, guys. PYPL. Just trying to pick up some of the ones that are known entities. So here's PayPal, PYPL, starting to fade though. Still, it's above the 200-day moving average. That's PYPL. Rhombus, RMBS isn't, well, it's an earnings play, but it's actually nice recovery so far. Got down to 92, so it's added $5 from the low in the pre-market. Still down 13%, 14%. Yeah, William, just to shift gears here. Yeah, just looking to see that there were no bios that I could find that were destroyed overnight. Looking for a bio bounce. Galaxy, where are you? GLXY. I saw you. There you are. GLXY. This is not okay. So some kind of a financing, $1.15 billion exchangeable senior notes. So there's some kind of a financing going on with Galaxy, GLXY. Other earnings play, guys, is Arcutis Biotherapeutics, ARQT. Nice breakout on the daily. An earnings play, ARQT. Yeah, yesterday when I thought maybe Best Bed Bath and Beyond might turn into a bit of a meme stock. No, it doesn't look like it. Boy, there are a lot of shares available. 1.5 million at Interactive Brokers to short for BBBY. METC, another earnings play, guys. Moving on the way down 10%. METC, METC. I think IPDN. Wow, sorry, I should have mentioned this one. There's so much going on. IPDN, guys, another massive pop here from 340 all the way up to 488. Pull back a bit. IPDN. PYPG, another ETF for PayPal. Okay. So IPDN, let me write that one down. PYPG. Okay, so IPDN, let's see if there's any news on this one. Enters into a strategic collaboration with Malta-based fintech QBSG Limited to explore the development of a global real world asset exchange. All right. Lofty goals. Yeah, I'm seeing OP also. OB, my gap ups. OP. Ah, man, some of these are incredible short opportunities. Quick these pops, especially when there's well, I guess there was some news. Ocean Pal in partnership with Near Two. Again, whatever that means. Low float, 6.6 million in the float. Hmm. It's time the weekly chart is 287. What did it get? I broke through that briefly, and I'm talking about the OP. Rhombus, I don't know if I mentioned this one. RMBS. Oh, yeah, I did mention this. Remember now the recovery. An earnings play, RMBS. Nice recovery so far. Still down for the day, almost 15%. Let me take a look at PYPG. This is see what sort of volume there is. Actually, it's pretty good volume. So this is an ETF, fairly new. I mean, it looks like it's been around for, I don't know how new it is. And well, it's July of last year. Well, this year. Anyway, PYPG. So if you think PayPal is going to continue moving higher, I mean, obviously this is a two-time. So if PayPal moves up a point, this will move up 2 points, 2%. Of course, if PayPal moves down 1%, this will move down 2%. So you can see PayPal, the stock itself is moving down. Good volume though. Yeah, 1.6 million. Give me one moment, guys. All right, guys. So what time is it now? 9:13. So first market, everything was up yesterday. The Qs were up big. Dow was up. SPY was up big. Well, let's take a look at energy, XLE. Yeah, still hanging above the 200-day moving average. I want to take a look at staples now. XLP, is it finally above? And the answer is no. So it continued. Actually, it's moving away. So again, consumer staples still the weakest sector if you look at the 200-day moving average. Okay, I think it's the only major sector that's below the 200-day moving average. Materials, I think, was a little bit close. Yeah, a little bit close. It was industrials I was thinking of. No. So it's just consumer staples. Consumer staples still the weakest sector when compared to the 200-day moving average. I think it's the only one below. Yeah, there was news on where are you looking for your news, JTB? Just out of curiosity. Uh, Health awarded the U.S. Department of HHS FedRAMP High ATO. And Michelle in a YouTube room says it's the most rigorous level of cloud services for government data. But where were you checking? Just out of curiosity, when you said you couldn't find any news, where were you actually checking? Oh, I see. Okay. I would always check your broker first. Any broker should have some news when something does something like this, in my opinion. Yeah, UPS, nice swing idea from Shady for sure. Is this an earnings play? Yes, it is an earnings play. Hmm. How did FedEx do? FDX. I think they had, didn't they have earnings earlier? Maybe not. So, so the Codex from yesterday, I was wondering if it hold over a dollar. I mean, I will. Well, I gotta have to put an alert. Maybe let's see if it gets over a dollar again. Had a big day yesterday, of course, and that is the CODX. With these parabolic spikes, guys, I mean, it's nervy, but boy, if you can ever sort of time it, you take a look left, you see where it could stall, and I mean, and again, there were a lot of shorts available. Well, not a lot. There were 41,000 interactive brokers. FRGT, I think I scratched it down somewhere on my notes. Yeah, so FRGT, another. I mean, it's up 44%. 206 is the next high looking left. What did it get to this morning? Actually, it got above that this morning in the pre-market. FRGT. And there was no news that I can see. I'm just sort of looking at my headlines. There was something, what's the date today? The 28th. So there was something yesterday, advances fleet rocket TMS with expanded GPS network. So that was yesterday's news. So it did have a actually it had a nice little pop yesterday. I don't really recall seeing this one yesterday. So I don't know if there's a bit of a follow through. A lot of volume. 58 million shares have traded. 58 million shares have traded. 2.7 million in the float. Exciting day, guys. A lot of gap ups, but also a lot of gap downs. I mean, the gap ups are more than the gap downs, but they're about even. Actually, the gap downs are a little more, a few more. Okay, guys, I'm going to get my layout soon. That I'm my 9:30 layout up and running pretty soon, with a couple of minutes. Is this shortable for me? NUAI, and the answer is yes. Actually, it is shortable for me. NUAI. This is starting to move down. Don't think it's an earnings play. Not an earnings play. No. Next low looking left. Yesterday's low is $5. So there was certainly room, guys. It is the pre-market, but pretty good volume. Spread is only 3 cents. Years from now, somebody's going to say, "Why did they used to call it the pre-market?" All right, guys. NUAI on the way down. On the way down. Is any news on it also? I think IPDN. No, I'm wrong. Well, let's see if this holds. I mean, IPDN is just below the VWAP right now. So let's see if this. There are shares available. So if it fails at the VWAP, this could turn into an interesting short. Okay, let's take a look at VC and what has it pulled back into. Didn't quite get back into the VWAP. Maybe if it takes out three again, it could have another run. Take a look at it on a monthly chart. Where could it go if it does, in fact, do something like that? So the next high on the monthly chart, 354. What did it get to? Wow, it got way above that. If it does it again, the next high on the monthly chart is 635. Only 121,000 shares are traded. 121 million, excuse me. All right, guys, let me get my layout that I'm going to use, my 9:30 layout. All right, guys, just getting this layout adjusted here. And one other thing I want to do. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Just talking to somebody at Trade Ideas. So 926. So let me just get this screen up. So this is the top. These are the top six. Okay, top six in terms of the movers. The other screen you saw had the top 15. Okay, so this is the top six pre-market actives up. So of course we've been dominated by the VSEE. I know we talked about the F. You know what? Didn't talk about lung and did not talk about NBTX. So let's take a look at them. NBTX. And we have lung first. Come on, don't tell me I'm hung up. Well, if I am, it's okay. 927 that gives me time. I think I might be hung up. Just give me a moment. Can I click on anything? No. Okay. Not a big deal. Just give me a moment. I'm going to have to reload. Well, better now than a couple of minutes into the market. Give me a moment. What time is it? 9:28. Just give me one moment. For some reason, it did not save. Okay. All right, guys. So this is what I'm using once the market opens. The 9:30 open. So we've got another 15 seconds or so. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Obviously, pre-market doesn't count. I did take that short on CYBN, but typically I do wait about 15 minutes once this market opens at 9:30, which it just did. So there's CCL, guys. Basically a sympathy play with RCL. RCL had earnings today. and getting hammered down. WULF, didn't see this in the pre-market. Let's take a look at WULF. Little pop here, Terra Wolf. Next high looking left is 1570. So there is room, but it's early, but it is very, very early. But there is WULF. I think what they've done is, I wonder if they've released some numbers. No. Well, it does say they're going to be releasing preliminary numbers on the 28th, which is today. Might keep an eye on the Codex, guys. CODX. I have a thumbnail, so I am keeping an eye on it. And thumbnailed little chart on my other monitor, one of my other monitors, and it's challenging a dollar again, $1.90. And there's the other one that was that was the top one until VSCE took over, and that's the XHLD. Again, I don't trade stocks under a dollar, but I know some of you do, so it is now over 50 cents. That's why it's showing up here. Earnings play, ARQT is an earnings play. ARQT is an earnings play. Pre-market, I got up to about 23.72, so it pulled back about a dollar. NEO, NEO, not NIO, but NEO. Okay, 11.18, so a little over the whole number. It's an earnings play. Didn't see it in the pre-market. Earnings play today. NEO. Yeah, VSEE is halted. Yes. You're welcome, Monica. NTLA from yesterday. NTLA from yesterday is it had a bit of a recovery yesterday. Came off 1324, closed at 1479. Bad news yesterday, obviously, and it's continuing down now. NTLA. Oh, I heard this. I have text to voice on this Pulse Resume. So I heard him say CODX. I was thinking, okay, maybe they've popped over a dollar, but nope. So this is that's a pretty big gap down or move down percentage wise. I actually looked to see if they've done a financing of some sort, which would be pretty brutal if they did at these prices. Couldn't not taking advantage of a higher price if they could, but I don't see a financing. I just see it moving down. Boral is Boral is trying to prop them up, putting a $3 price target on it. So was this halted on the way up? Yeah, I guess it was. VSEE was halted on the way up. All right. LAG is an earnings play, but looking left, I don't like it. I just see where it could stall. Takes out 1034. Maybe it gets going, but it is an earnings play. LAG. Okay, guys, Wolf just made another, well, a little move here. WULF. Oppenheimer initiates coverage, outperform target of 20, so it's got room. Again, Oppenheimer. I mean, this is just doesn't mean it's going to get there. Also, they had some more news. Expand strategic partnership with Fluid Stack, and this is preliminary Q3 revenue. Okay, so it's not technically an earnings play. They release earnings on the 17th, November 17th, but they're sort of giving us preliminary data, which looks good. So it may as well be an earnings play, and that is for the WULF. So a lot of news today for the company. Earnings, Oppenheimer, partnership, which is causing the pop 1619 is the next high. Actually, I'm sorry, 1567. It did get above that briefly. All right, let's keep an eye on that CYBN. This is before I do that though. AMKR is an earnings play. AMKR is an earnings play, and this is now the next low looking left 2935. It's got a little bit of room underneath that. I think a pretty psychological whole number of 30. It's got a little bit of room 2935. When I say a little bit of room, I'm talking about looking left. Where could it stall? Where could there be some support? Hmm. METC is an earnings play. We saw that in the pre-market. METC is an earnings play. It's got some room, guys. I mean, 2672 is the next low looking left on the daily chart. So at 2836, there's certainly enough room. Oh, look at this, guys. Yeah, METC now just took out 28. Wow, I didn't take it. I wish should have taken it. I did not take it. Did not take the short. Mm. Okay, we've seen this one, pretty active one in the last little while. SCNX, not pretty. When I say not pretty, I mean very active. 4 days ago, 3 days ago, or went from 83 cents all the way up to 262, and back down to earth, back down to a dollar, and starting to move a little bit. Next high looking left is a dollar 44. So there is some room. I don't remember what happened here, why it popped. All right, let's take a look at the market. What is the market doing? So the market had this nice move at 9 o'clock. I don't know if it was one of those economic numbers that came out 9 o'clock. And now, though, we're starting to move down a bit. We do have some numbers coming out at 10. All right, CECO is an earnings play. Now, it's had a pretty good recovery. I mean, it got all the way down to 42, 43, and it is now at 45. But is that still down 14%? It is an earnings play, CECO. It's right hanging under the VWAP right now, 45.61. Yeah. So, well, on our chart, we've got now that's because it's taking into account pre-market data. Yeah, the spread is not great for this one, for the CECO, 45.83, 46.29. I mean, it's not I mean, if it moves down 2 or $3, that won't matter so much, especially you can get sort of a mid-fill with, Interactive Brokers, but spread is not great. All right, guys. Well, VFC, this is another earnings play. Look at all the earnings plays, of course. We're getting really into earnings season. VFC, another earnings play. Trying to, what will 15 hold it? And again, what I call an earnings play, any stock that released earnings after hours yesterday or in the pre-market this morning, that for me is an earnings play. So you can see this one, October 28th pre-market. So before the market opened, and that is for the VFC. PayPal at basically the high, guys, not pre-market highs. Pre-market high was up here around 82, but mark 930 highs. Getting into the VWAP though. So will that stall it? Again, will that stall it? Stall it, meaning act as resistance. Remember this high flyer in the pre-market, IPDN making a low now. In fact, now it's actually gone negative. Wow. Gone negative. IPDN has gone negative. And the next low looking left is around 289. Okay, ZIM has got a little bit of room, guys. A little bit of room. Next high looking left is 1545. Let's see how well it holds 15. Okay, ZIM. Pony on the move. Pony. I know we saw this in the pre-market. Pony AI is on the move. Move. And there's the IPDN getting halted on the way down. Yeah, halted on the way down. So that was a big fizzle. 486 right down to, and on the way down now, underneath three. Okay, VC or VSEE is trying to hold a VWAP now, guys. 179 or so, $2. I mean, again, we're using pre-market data for the VWAP, which I think is the right thing to do. Why wouldn't you? When the stock trades so many shares in the pre-market, why wouldn't you want to have the VWAP taking into account the pre-market volume? Now you know what? It just got halted on the way up now. So even though I don't see the halt here, it did get halted again on the way up. Now this could have an interesting bounce. Okay, so here's the halt price. First of all, this blue window you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, so it's just time and sales from Interactive Brokers. This shows the halt price. This symbol is VSEE, the halt price. This column is trying to show you where it could open. And typically they are 5-minute halts. Ooh, this I thought maybe this would have a bounce in it, but no. CYBN, and this is one I shorted in the pre-market, did very well on it. Okay, listen, beyond me, BYND, why not? I'm going to put a price alert at around 222. Okay, that's the high of yesterday. Let's see if the memers got a hold of it again. If it takes out yesterday's high, the 200-day moving average is certainly far enough away, and the next high looking left is certainly far enough away. So let's see if they're still interested in this one. Meanwhile, guys, the market is looks like it's going to go flat anyway. So ever since 9:30, the market 9:30 open, market has been selling off. Oh man, Wolf, what I didn't take it. This was lots of news on it. Now, 1620 looks like the next high is looking left. Will that stall it? There are shorts available for me. Interactive Brokers, a ton of them, 2.3 million. Will that stall it right there? Look at that daily chart. Let me get to a weekly chart to see if there's anything. So that is 2 weeks ago. That's the high. A couple of days right at that high here. Now, if it takes it out, the monthly, I don't know where we have to go. 1696. That's back in January 2022. That would be the next high on a monthly chart. They call it 1690. So this is still on the move here. No, I've not seen the support and resistance lines lately. I know there's a ticket in there of what we call a JIRA ticket, but I don't know what the status is. Well, actually, I'm just looking now, and I saw this $4. I thought, okay, but it's been lowered to $4 from 8 at Lake Street, and that is for the lung, Lung. Keep an eye on the lung, guys. High was 234. I see Shady is looking to get into Pola. Take a look at Pola. I did see it in the pre-market. So, okay. So to decipher, if you don't know what Shady is saying on the 417, 399, doesn't mean he's in it for it. He will take it if it gets a little over 417. Okay. Did not trigger though. Mm. Here, this one from yesterday is DZZ, the gold short. Ooh, nice. Well, let's just see here. Let me give me a moment. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Okay, I'd maybe take a look at this one over 24 ARQT, breaking that whole number. Let's take a look at it on a weekly chart. Can't see anything there. Take a look at it on a monthly chart. So the next high looking left is 27.18. So there is room, guys, on a monthly chart. This is an earnings play for ARQT. Wow, has that ever come a long way? I mean, this is back in, it's a couple of years ago. Yeah, December of 2023. This was a dollar 67, up to 24 now. What a great move. Missed it. Missed it. Turned my head a second and it just moved on me. I was going to take this one just over 24. ARQT. Well, I think anybody with shorts for VSEE is doing really well. I did not have them. Okay, guys. So this XHLD is still active. It's still up 145%. Look at the volume. Look at the volume. 359 million shares have traded. Only 5,800 times normal up to this time of day using our relative volume. Pretty low float, 21 million. I was thinking that this one yesterday, Codex might trade a billion shares. Did it do it? The answer is yes, 1.12 billion. 1.12 billion shares yesterday for CODX. JetBlue is an earnings play. So this is JBLU is an earnings play, and it is just is it a lifetime low? Not quite, not quite a lifetime low for JetBlue JBLU. I saw this one just man, I'm just a little slow today. The other thing is that because I did pretty well in my CYBN short in the pre-market, I'm a little, look, if I weren't doing this, I'd be turning my computer off. WKEY though, what a day. I mean, 3 days and now even a bigger day today. Look at the size of this bar. And that's WKEY. Well, let's take a look at the VWAP, 1383 or so, or 14. Let's see if it holds. Okay, and maybe bounces off that. WKEY. Where could it go on a monthly chart? Wow, I've got to go back a few. Okay, so you've got to go back to June of 2022 before we see these highs. 1661. Obi, Obi. I was in the pre-market. Yeah, JTB. I was in the pre-market for the CYBN. I got up early enough. Now there's Shady's open, making a move here. It's showing up here in the compare count window. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I thought you meant me in the CYBN. I guess I shouldn't make it all about me, right, JTB? Probably Ardam. Just give me a moment, okay? I think it's probably so. Do you see the three dots that I just clicked on? Okay, so do you see these are options? So what do you want to get rid of? I just clicked on the three dots. These are the options that you can have on your charts. So what do you want to get rid of? I have the plus option to buy stocks when I hover over the chart. Are you talking about the display the buy and sell buttons? Is that what you're talking about? Which I have unchecked. The plus button on the right hand side. Plus button on the right hand side. I'm trying to. So does your chart look like my chart? Or is there something on my chart that you have or on your chart that I don't have in my chart? To buy stocks when I hover over the chart. Buy stock. You talking about these little sell and buy flags? I'm so Oh, down here, that little plus sign right there. Okay, okay. Well, that do you okay, why would you want that? Because that's just let's say you wanted to put a price alert somewhere. Oh, I see. Okay. Let's say you wanted to put a price alert somewhere. Okay, that's why I would not want to get rid of it, but I don't know if you can get rid of it. So I mean that just helps me zero in on a price maybe, but you don't want it. Not sure you can get rid of that. Enable trade order entry. Okay, so if you click on that, okay, thank you, Pepe. So that's I kind of like it though. I kind of like to see the well, actually, I guess the plus sign is not a big deal. I mean, it's still yeah. So if you want to get rid of the plus sign, thank you, Pepe. So yeah, so just get rid of enable trade order entry, but it does not get rid of the fact that I can eyeball. Don't forget to save your work at the end of the day, okay? But any change you make to anything, don't forget to save your work. I guess that's obviously the default because I guess the company thinks that you might want that as the default, but I wish this had more room. Look at this ESPR, guys. I mean, look at this daily chart, but the next high looking left is 316. If it were up here, I think I'd be maybe all over this one. the longer it would hold over 3. I'm talking about the ESPR, but, I mean, I just think it could stall right there, 316, so I cannot do it. This was a really nice one from our AI guys. Missed out on this ARQT earnings play. All right, now this one does have a little bit of room, okay? ALTS, the high right there is 257, so it's got to get through that. If it gets through that, there's a lot of resistance right around the 3 level, but that would, in theory, be far enough away if it could get close to 3, far enough away percentage-wise. Let's see if there's any news on this one. Alts. Well, this is not news today, but boy, this is on the 22nd. The CEO was suspended. That was on the 22nd. So that was not good news on the 22nd for this company, but it is rebounding. Yeah, it's hard to hear that, Patrick, in our YouTube room saying you halted. Has it been halted 6 times? Probably, yeah. Um, well, so did you have a stop? But when it opened, it was below your stop. I mean, it still got out, I guess, but 424 million shares now traded for the X. Well, I have to put a price alert over a dollar, okay? I mean, I won't take this under a dollar, but I'll put a price alert at a dollar. You never know. Kind of what happened with the Codex yesterday. It got over a dollar and it had a move to about a dollar 40. I'm not saying this is going to happen, but other cheap one, guys. RVYL, another cheap one, under a dollar, 50 cents now. Next high is 58 cents. Again, for those of you who look at the volume, yeah, 11 million, 12 million, just exploding. If there's any news on this one. Don't see any news today on it. Lot of support, looks like anyway, for Poet around the 7 level. Look at the daily chart. The 3 days right at the 7 level. Well, the good news is that VSEE was at least halted on the way up a little bit. So for you, Patrick, so maybe. Man, I missed two awesome ones. The Wolf and the WKEY. Saw them, but did not get into them. WULF and the W key. Wow, it's 10:10 already. Fast morning. Okay, guys. At this point, usually I do this around 10, but I'm going to go over my homepage right now, including all the scans, all the information that I am sharing. Well, I was long gone by that time, PJ. All right. Now, first of all, before I get into it all, if you're new to all this, I'm moderating two rooms, YouTube and the main room. Both see my screen, both hear me. YouTube's on a slight delay, about 5 to 8 seconds. That's a YouTube deal. So the format is this: is that, as I call it, the main room is open at around 6:45 a.m. Eastern time, and I try to open YouTube sometime between 8:30 and 8:40. I was up a little earlier this morning, so open it a little bit earlier than that. And then I get on the mic at around 9 o'clock for both rooms. And why so late? I live in Vancouver, Canada. So time zone. It's all about the time zone. But Obi in the main room, he opens it, I say around 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. And it's a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you have questions, you can ask me questions all day long. And I'll do my best to answer them. Now, if it's an accounting type question, I probably can't answer, but I can direct you to people who can. All right. All right. So now clicking on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to see. So at the very top, here's a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Okay. You will get 25% off the first month only, or the entire year of whatever subscription you choose. Basically, we've got two plans. We have our standard and our premium. So you can get 25% off the first month in our standard and premium plans, and or 25% off the entire year of a standard or premium plan. Okay. All I ask is this: if you want to take out a subscription at some time in the future, please use my code. The company tracks the promo codes. And if they see my code being used enough, they'll keep both the rooms free. And again, for those of you on YouTube, if you do want to come into the trading room, a lot more robust. Okay, there are more traders in there, a lot more interaction amongst traders. You can stay in YouTube if you want, of course, but again, this is if you're looking for a little more interaction, well, a lot more interaction amongst traders, come into the main room. So it's free. It's the same as they're all free. And if you keep scrolling down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. This is free also. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Question is, what would I have done with Wolf? I would have gone long. So just over the 15 break. All right. If you scroll down a bit, now, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, go to the education section, click on the more info. And before I get into what you must do if you take out a subscription, click on the user guide first, because I'm going to go over this race, the concept of racing. And right here is all about TI stock racing. So I'm going to go over this race, but this is in general how you create your own with a set of your own parameters. Okay. And don't worry about all this information in the user guide. You don't have to learn everything. So scrolling on my scrolling or clicking on my homepage link, and then clicking on the education section, getting started with Trade Ideas. This is the first thing you must do if you take out a subscription. 12 short videos to get you started, but you must do this first. Now, if you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about a program, wondering if it's could be the right fit for you, this is what I would do. Start off with that second video. Again, they're very short. And this should give you an idea. I mean, go to the end, of course. So you have 11 short videos to go through. That should give you an idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. Okay. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is free. You can take a look at these. These are about, I think there are 15 videos here. If you're new to trading. Now, if you're looking for the information that I'm sharing, so if you've clicked on my homepage link and you get to this middle section called the custom scan, so this is all the information that I'm sharing. This is the biggest scanners from the start of the race. This one. This is a compare count window that I'm running now. I don't have it listed here, but if you want it, I can give it to you. Same thing with the biggest gainers from the start of the race, the large cap gainers. I don't have it here, but I can give it to you. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. This is the halts resumes over here. I have 3 other scans that I don't have them up and running, but you can take a look at them for sure. The fact that I don't have them up and running doesn't mean they're bad. It just means that I've decided to concentrate on just these. Okay, doesn't mean they're bad. Just give me a moment. I just want to check a couple of these here. PHG. I wonder if this is an earnings play. It is not an earnings play. Oh, look at this drop here. Next low looking left, 27.56, a little too close. If I clicked on it earlier, probably would have seen it up in this area. All right, let's take a look at this one, SkyX. I wonder if this has some room. Let's take a look at it. I'm going to go right to the monthly. Okay, now on the monthly chart, the next high. Yeah, I mean, it's to me, I wish it were more up here because there could be all sorts of little areas before it even got to this $2 level. I don't think I'll see anything on the weekly. Oh, yes, I do. Okay. So you see there's some high right there, 185, and then that monthly high back here. So it doesn't, for me, doesn't have enough room to move until it can hits that next high. Doesn't mean these next highs are going to absolutely stop it, of course, but it's just the way I look at things. I traded this one yesterday. This is his Guggenheim something or other. I shorted this one yesterday. It never didn't couldn't quite break 13. I didn't get it at 14, but I shorted this one. All right, guys, let me go over this race right here, okay? And just the concept of racing, why I think it's to be very interesting for those of you who are new to trading, but also for those of you who have experienced trading, because what it does is it automatically creates a watch list for you of the top 10 stocks. So how do these show up and why do they show up? So I'm running a 4-minute race. Somebody asked me yesterday why 4. No real reason. I just decided 4 minutes when we introduced racing a couple of years ago. All of this is completely customizable. The time frame that you want to run your races on, completely customizable. So 4 minutes. There's nothing magical about it. I just decided 4 minutes. So what does this 2.2% mean? That means that since the race started, don't let me forget about lung. Okay, since the race start, well, there's lung. Since the race started a little over 2 minutes ago, this stock lung has moved the most percentage wise, 3.8%. It's only up, excuse me, it's only up 7 cents, but that is the percentage that it has moved since the race started. Okay. So, what I would do, if you see something at the top, I would click on it, just see what's happening. Or any stock in here, I would click on to see what's happening. You don't have to wait for it to be at the top. And what happens is automatically a top 10 list is built for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So you can see the W key has won 3 races. That's what the number beside the stock means. It's won 3 races today. Eventually, there will be a top 10 list. I don't have a channel bar SS 24, if that's what you mean. If you're talking about this layout, I'm not sharing the layout so much. You can kind of pick and choose what you want. I can give you some of the things that are not on my homepage, but like these two are not on my homepage, the compare count and the large cap gainers. But I don't have a, I don't, when you ask the channel bar, this is not a channel. This is just my layout, my personal layout. And it just got halted on the way up. Yes. So, Patrick, I don't know where you're in this one, but yeah, it got over 2 and now it just got halted again at 213. This is a potential open. So, how to use this? Well, if you see anything in the list, okay, you don't have to wait. Number one, for it to be leading a race. I would click on anything you see in the list. If a stock has won a race before, I would click on it. Just see what's happening. And maybe it's setting up for you. Okay, setting up meaning, for instance, if you were a bit of a VWAP player, I mean, obviously not in this case, but here's RELI. There's the VWAP. What if it were above the VWAP and coming into it? Maybe that would act as support if you're, if that's your style of trading. Or or maybe there's a moving average on your chart that you like to see if a stock moves into it. Maybe that acts as support. Okay, so that's why I would click on anything that has won a race before and just see what's happening. Yeah, I don't know about the lung yet. I wish this company hadn't reduced it to 4 from 8. That's probably putting a bit of a damper on it, but Boral's putting. I don't know if they put a. Yeah, okay. So Boral is actually putting. They've reduced it a little bit from 16 to 14, but at least they're saying 14. Again, not that it's going to get there. All right. Well, as we wait, the question has to be: if you're looking at this for the first time, well, why are these stocks showing up? This is another race. Why are these stocks showing up? Look at that wolf! Oh my goodness. So this is why they're showing up. All races start from a top list window. So if I right click on this race, notice I have an option that says open top list. So I'm going to open the top list. I'm going to sort on the change from the C percent means the change from yesterday's close. That's what I'm sorting on. So in a top list window, before we had races, this is how a top list window was used. People would say, well, show me the stocks that are up the most today, percentage wise. How about down the most today, percentage wise? How about the most biggest change in the last 5 minutes, or the big on the way up, or maybe on the way down? As long as you had a column header, you could sort on it. and that will give you the information you're looking for. So in this particular case, I've sorted on the C%, which is the change from yesterday's close. So you can see that lung is up 42% from yesterday's close. Now, give me a moment, please, because what I'm trying to see. Yeah, you're gonna. I want to sort on the change from the close, okay? Because I was wondering, well, why isn't VSEE showing up here? So I just changed the sort. But anyway, don't want to get into the weeds too much. So this is the list of stocks. So why are these stocks showing up? So if I right click and click on configure, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $50, minimum volume of 200%. Okay, or 200%, minimum number of shares. Something has gone haywire here. Okay, 200,000 shares, and the stock has to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. So if those values are met, then a stock is going to show up in this list of stocks. So that's fine. And so that's what the race is based on. So the race doesn't care, number one, where a stock is in this list of stocks. All it cares about is what stock is moving the most in this list of stocks since the race started. It could be a VSCE just because the stock is up 240%. At one point, the stock was up 400%. I mean, they could still keep moving just because they're at the top here. But I know a lot of you would rather see stocks that are, maybe haven't made the big move yet. So what the race does, again, the race doesn't care whether a stock is up the most from yesterday's close. All it cares about is since the race started, what is moving the most. So I see iBio right there. It is now leading this race. It's up 3%. But one of these stocks down here could have been at something that was just starting to move up. How would you know though? Let's say this stock down here, LAES, it's up 6.8%. But what if it really started to move up? It was up 10%, 12%, 15%. How would you know? Well, again, the race will help you with that. It'll show you any stock that in this list of stocks that is moving the most percentage wise. So hopefully this is starting to make sense that you can create your own race based on your set of parameters. So if I right click and click on configure. So maybe you don't like that price range, or again, if you want to start from scratch, you create your own price range, maybe another minimum volume that you want. This is stock has to be up at least 2%. Maybe you don't like that. Maybe you want to add a filter. Maybe if you have any experience trading, maybe you want to add a filter that you like into this, okay, into your top list, and then you run your race based on your set of parameters because all races start from a top list window. If I right click, launch real-time stock race. So you can run your own race, okay, based on your set of parameters. Now, you can also run a race based on stocks that you want to see. So, for instance, you may have a basket of stocks that you want to see every single day. Maybe there are 20 or 30 stocks that you want to see every single day. What you do is you create what we call a symbol list, a watch list, and then you attach it to the top list window, and then you run the race on it. It could be a different set of 20 or 30 stocks every day. That's up to you. Maybe you do some evening work. So tonight, maybe you do some evening work and maybe you find 20 or 30 stocks that you want to watch tomorrow. You create a watch list, put those stocks in there, and you attach it to your top list window and you run a race based on that. So, why is this race Why is this race showing these stocks and this one showing these stocks up here? Well, there's a really good reason. If I right click on this race, notice it's called the large cap. Now I'm going to open the top list. First of all, look how right now, how many stocks there are. Very few compared to this race right here. Why? That's because of the filters I've got here. So if I right click, and I've added a couple of filters, 3 filters actually, that are restricting the number of stocks. So what I'm looking for here, I'm looking for larger cap stocks, okay? So the market cap has to be at least 500 million. The float has to be at least 50 million. So that's preventing a lot of stocks, but this is also preventing a lot of stocks from coming in. The position in the day's range, see where it says 95? If that's at 100, that would mean the stock is basically at the high of the day. So 95 means it's pretty close. And that's what I want to see. It doesn't have to be what you want to see, but I want to see stocks near the high of the day. So consequently, that's why stocks come in and out of this list. This is not the set list for the day by any stretch. In fact, you notice as we're talking, stocks are being added, and then there will be stocks deleted, and that's because some of them fall out of that 95%, and some come into the 95%. Now, if I were starting out trading, I would probably look at this race instead of that race. Okay. While you get the great percentage moves in this race, but with great percentage moves comes, a lot more volatility. And if you're starting out new, it can be a real challenge. You notice here 3.7%. This is actually a big move. This is a big move in this race of anything like 1.2%, because of the market cap and all that. Typically, we don't see too many stocks that are even making a 1% move in this race. Doesn't mean this is bad to follow, though. It just means they're just less volatile, typically. So if I were starting out, and a top 10 list is going to be built for you, and you can then, why I think the top 10 list is good is because now it gets you to concentrate just on these stocks. Okay? Because if you're looking at this, a lot is coming at you. But if you get a focus, if you can focus on just, the top 10 list, and even whittle it down to 5. You have your choice, okay? And then you can focus on just those stocks all day long. So even if you're a seasoned trader, that might be nice for you to do also, instead of, flitting around from all these different symbols that you're seeing. So SS, a long time ago, you asked about, can you show your channel bar? Did you hear what I said? Okay, so what I may do, depending on how much longer I'm going to use this compare count, I kind of like it again. I haven't used the compare count window in a long time. So when you click on my homepage link, there are things you're just not going to see if you go down to the scan section. This race. But I think what I'm trying to do also in the races is that to show people how you can create your own race, based on what you want to see. So I use this as the example. So the fact that I don't have this race here, I hope hopefully what I'm really trying to show people is how you can create your own race. Because what I want to see does not necessarily mean that's what you want to see. Now, this compare count, that's a different animal. I could put it here. I might get the gentleman who looks after my homepage to put it here. And then that would cover, the halts resumes is more information. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. And then these 3 scans over here, I do not have them up and running. Doesn't mean they're bad. It just means I don't have them up and running right now. But you can certainly take a look at them. Now, SS, do you understand, and others, when you see these links here, and please, if this is a question, if you're wondering, well, it's great to see these, but how the heck do I get them onto my screen? If that's your question, please ask it, okay? And I'll show you how to do it. Okay, so are you talking about when you click on new and then dock channel bar? Oh, okay. So what is your question then exactly? I mean, these are just theme-based channels that you can click on. If you're talking about my channel, they should get rid of it. I haven't updated this in a I'm surprised it's still here, to be honest. I haven't updated it. I used to update it. This is years ago. Oh, you don't see. Okay, so it's possible. Oh, okay, first of all, I know it's a pet peeve of mine. You know, tomorrow our CEO, the CEO of Trade Ideas, will be in our YouTube room. I find this just like really not complicated, but you have probably clicked on the channel bar, right? Instead of the dock channel bar, SS. This is the old channel bar, and I just wish they would get through it or get rid of it. So if you click on dock channel bar SS, you will see the Ripster channel. Okay. Now show more will show you all the channels, but if can you not see the Ripster channel? If you click on the docked channel bar, do not click on the channel bar. Well, if you click on docked channel bar, this is what you should see. All these theme-based channels. The reason why it's called the dock channel bar is watch. I can click on the Ripster channel and notice what happens or what doesn't happen. See, in the old days, from the channel bar, from this one called the channel bar, if you did that and clicked on a channel from the old channel bar, and you had a channel up, you had your layout up and running, your layout would disappear. Okay, so because and that's what would happen. And so that's why a long time ago they created the idea of the dock channel bar. So now you can go through these channels and surf through them, and your layout, look at my layout, will not disappear. Okay, that's why the docking was created. Now, when I say disappear, I mean it wouldn't disappear forever. I mean, hopefully, your layout, you would always save your layout, so you would have it in the cloud, so you could bring it back. But it really prevented people, I think, from doing the channel surfing because it was just a pain to have your layout disappear all the time. And we're going from channel to channel. With the dock channel bar, though, you don't have that problem. You can load anything you want, and your layout will remain. Okay, so that's the reason for using the docked channel bar. Why they still have the old channel bar, I have no idea. I mean, there's some things in there that people used to like, but so what? I mean, it's been years. Okay, so does that make sense? So you wanted to see the Ripster channel, so here it is. Interesting one. Up from the opening range and moving. Interesting. Good look at it. What's it doing? So I could run a race on this. Let's just see what this shows. But you see what you can do. You can go into a channel, and now you don't have to stay in the channel. Okay, you don't have to stay. You don't, in other words, you don't have to have the channel up and running. You could take this, just this, if you wanted to. I'm not saying you this is what you want to do, but you could take this. Let me just show you how. If you want to take anything out of a channel, you just right click. I'm going to right click in this, and you see where it says duplicate into free floating window. So you click on that. Now what happened is I've got 3 monitors, so it showed up on my other now it's free floating. So you don't have to have this channel up and running. Oh, in fact, here was a this was a race built on that. Okay. So to understand how you can do that, you can take anything that you see in a channel and get it into a free floating window. And why would you want to do that? Well, because maybe you want this as part of your layout. So you wouldn't have to do that every single day. You know, okay? Make sense? And then you also save it to the cloud, right click, save or share to cloud, save it. Now it's in your cloud. So if you accidentally, if you do that, and then you accidentally exit out, well, so what? It's in your cloud. You bring it back. Kind of an interesting one. Up from the opening range and moving. Let me examine that a little bit further. So this is the tree map presentation. Again, if I see the show tree map, so this is the top list. This is the top list that it is in here. I don't see. Let's see if they've yeah, they've restricted to the top 11. I don't know why they picked 11, but and then you can right click and you can show the tree map. So I mean, the tree map is just a I think a nicer presentation. This is a grid format, okay, and the tree map is just a nicer presentation of that data. Or you could right click and launch the real time stock race on it. Pepe, unicorn alert, Pepe. Yes, wow is right. Okay, guys, let's see what's happening with the lung. Yeah, it's still just kind of stuck here. Guys, keep an eye on Beyond Meat, BYND. Look what's happening right at the hive yesterday. So 223 is the hive yesterday. I mean, if it takes that out, it may So to challenge the 200-day moving average, and also, 2 days ago, the high of 2 days ago. All right, guys. Well, Beyond Meat, BYND, you're now at yesterday's high of 223. Yeah, guys, this is kind of an interesting, this up from the opening range and breaking. Kind of, I'm not sure this is correct opening range. I'm wondering if they should have just said up from the open and moving. Might be just semantics, but interesting. But I don't want to get overwhelmed by looking at so many different things. Okay, that's the issue. That can be the problem with trade ideas. You can get there's so many different things you can do with it, and I know. Yeah, here's the SSKN. You guys are talking about that. Now, to me, it could stall around the 2 level, but and the problem can be is that you want to create all these different types of scans and looks that you don't want to miss anything. And the problem with that is that you'll have so many things coming at you all day long, and you'll get nothing done. And that's just because you don't want to miss any type of a setup. Believe me, I've been there. I've told the story before, but I've had this program since 2010. Started as a customer, a subscriber in 2010. And I think when I first started, I may have had, I don't know, 5 or 6 top lists, maybe 15 alert windows that I created. Didn't want to miss anything. I didn't miss anything. You're right. I did not miss anything, but I didn't get anything done because all I was doing was click, 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 click all day long. So yeah, I didn't miss anything, but it's too much coming at you. So sometimes it's hard though, I had to look at a lot of things and say, well, which one should I get rid of? Oh, I can't get rid of that one. That's a good one. I can't get rid of that one. That's a good one. And you start talking yourself out of getting rid of anything. So you just have to deal with it, just deal with the fact that you're going to miss some things. Okay, just but because trade ideas is totally customizable, you should be able to find things that you like that meet your criteria. Never mind about all the things that you, in theory, miss. It took me a long time. Okay, guys, I'm kind of concentrating right now on BYND. It's still hanging around the hive yesterday. Yeah, lung is moving, guys. Lung is moving. LUNG is moving. I can't wait to do my video on this one, I hope. Yes. Just a minute. I do a video every day, guys, and usually well, obviously, I mean, use it for marketing purposes, but I've been really nagging people about having that re-entry column. If you don't know what I'm talking about, if you've got our AI and you don't know what I'm talking about, you can ask me right now when I talk about the re-entry columns. All right, guys, it's 10:53. So in about well, a little over an hour, I'll be taking a break. Not sure who's taking over for me today in our YouTube room. Okay, guys, sorry. I'm what time is it now? Yeah, I wish I could do my video now. I should do my video right now. Get that out of the way. All right, I see that Beyond did not hold that level, so I'm gonna probably just forget about it. Well, I mean, it got to 240 already, so you're talking about will it take it out again? I mean, obviously we don't know, but um, let's take a look on that weekly chart. Where could it go? I mean, on a weekly chart, it's got a ton of room. 339. I'm not saying it's getting there, but so it challenge it got to 240 before. Okay, there's your answer. It got back to 240 briefly. Look at the two highs, two-minute highs. If it takes it out, I mean, look, I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get to 336, but at least there is room. I mean, you can just sort of see. I mean, 2 minutes is not a huge time frame. All right, guys. Steve just pinged me, and so it'll be Steve in our YouTube room taking over for me in about an hour. Okay. Come on, long take out 240. Okay, well, I just want to show you guys. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. There's the re-entry price for lung. It hit the stop at some point. I mean, pretty tight stop. The alert was at 226. It hit 219, which was the stop. But then you had a re-entry of 223, which is halfway between the original re-entry. Yay! It just did. A nag, nag, nag. If you have the AI, have this column, and you know what? I'm not saying it's going to work like this every single day, but I would, there's a way in which you can just wait for those. Just wait for those. In this particular case, on the short of CECO, that would not have worked. Trade it, Hedrick. Well, you should know about it. I mean, but it's giving you a great reentry. I mean, listen, I shouldn't say that. Trade it just the minute you get. I mean, I did not. Look, this reentry happened at 9:45. Okay, so I mean, I didn't. I mean that was very soon after it exited. And remember, if you have the AI, I mean, you get a sound alert on this too. Okay, you get the sound alert when you get an original entry or alert price, and then you get a sound alert on the reentry price. So you won't miss it as long as you have your sound alert. But look how long you had. Well, long. It's a 2-minute chart, but you had a long time to figure it out if you really wanted to trade this. Now, for me, the 50-cent level for stocks under $5 can be an impediment to moving higher, okay? Can be. Sort of like the whole number. So, I've just take yeah, I've just taken some off, okay? In case it cannot get through that 250 mark. And now I'll try to hold on. I mean, the wave is still blue, so it's still positive. It's still trending in the right direction. But listen, I'm not trying to tell anybody else to do exactly what I just did, but that's what I did. Okay, guys. No, I wouldn't say that, Ryan. I wouldn't say I am sort of a bit of a field trader, okay? Oh, guys, okay, listen, Beyond Meat might be doing it again. Okay, keep an eye on Beyond Meat, BYND. It is now back above yesterday's high. It had the drop down here, 213. I'm just wondering if will the memers get a hold of it again? I mean, look at last week, of course, got up to 768. Some people think I'm nuts, about worrying about whole numbers and the 50-cent level. All right. So if I right click, I'm going to right click. Okay. The unusual tech. I'm going to right click on this. Just want to duplicate it. Okay. Because I don't want to change it. So if you hit the square, that'll stop the race. Okay. Hit the square, stop the race, and then right click and then show the race setup. Okay. Based on, there's your based on. As long as you have the column, as long as you have a column header, that you can base the race on the change from the open. Okay, that's what I do basically all the time because I'm wanting it to change from the open. Okay, yeah, it's not intuitive, but that's why I ask people to take a look at the guide in the guide, the TI stock racing, and that should be there. I mean, if it's not, then but here are all your. This is a great. Well, this is how you can customize it. Here's my minutes to run. 4 minutes. You want it 5 minutes. You want it 3 minutes. You want it 10 minutes. It's up to you. This is auto start. Well, no auto start at time. For instance, notice I've got 9:30 there. I want my race to start at 9:30. If you want your race to run in the pre-market, you can do that, and it'll continue to run. Past 9:30. So if you clicked on, as an example, auto start on load, that means it'll start the minute you load trade ideas. So whenever that is, if you're not, so if it's in the pre-market or after 9:30. But so if you click on that, auto start on load, that will, the minute you load trade ideas, your race will start. Okay. I just prefer to have it starting at 9:30. It doesn't, that's not right or wrong. The replay I don't ever use, so please don't ask me about it. Okay, guys, I am still hemming and hawing about Beyond, BYND. Come on, Lung, take out the 50. Don't get mad at me just because I traded some out. Just take out the 50. Oh, I appreciate that, Goldman. Yeah. All right, guys. I'm just waiting. A couple of things. I have some charts, thumbnail charts on my other monitor. Just kind of taking a look at them, and but I'm still kind of. I'm now. I want to explain again about lung and why I like the trade wave. I know Steve when he does his when he's going to do it today. Okay, he's going to take over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1, and he talks about the trade wave, but he talks about it in the fashion of it's great for new traders. Okay, and I always have to tell them, look, I'm not a new trader, but I love the way it keeps me in trades. That's how I use it. Now, I will say this is that for the really volatile ones, it's not, it's a little more, it's a little, I want to say harder, but you're going to get some pretty big moves. So, for instance, you see that, this is a 2 minute. So you can see how some of those candles have pierced the top of the wave. Sometimes they will go below. Now that's at that point, I would be taking some off. Okay, you see right there, you can see right there. But I was taking some off anyway because of the 250 mark. But what I find for me anyway is that the wave helps me stay in trades way longer than I ever would have. I probably would have been out of my entire position now. Now, it may be, in fact, that 250 may still stall it, but until that wave really turns down, and sometimes I'll look at a 1 minute chart just to see if it's trying to turn down a little bit. Still not. It's still positive. Remember, blue wave, strong trend. Orange wave, weaker trend. But you can see how it is just struggling to get through that 250 mark. Because if it does take that out, I mean, we already have established that there is room. I mean, there is room for this to run if it wants to on the weekly chart, 340. That's why I'm interested just to really see if it can take out that 250 mark. It may not. Edric, I will. Well, I will show you. Well, and I'm getting a question about beyond. Well, I mean, the beyond is it's still above yesterday's high, so I mean, it's a candidate, I guess, just because of what happened last week. Obviously, I mean, it's above yesterday's high. So, I mean, there is that, and then but the next area would be 3, okay? Because you will see that that's where the, 200-day moving average is, so it could struggle, but, I mean, that's certainly far enough away. I'm not in it. I probably should be in it, but I'm not in it. Okay, so for those of you who want to see the wave on your charts, okay? So please listen carefully. It's part of the standard service, number 1. So David, in our YouTube room, well, I mean, I moderate 2 rooms, okay? So maybe that's the issue because people see, "Well, wait a minute, who's he talking to?" So the majority of the action is what I call the main room, okay, David? So if you wanted to come into the main room, just give me a moment. You can stay in YouTube. I mean, it's virtually the same, but there's just more action in the other room because there's more traders in the other room tossing around ideas, okay? So I'm just going to show. I'll get to you in a minute, Edric. So if you click on my homepage link and you click on it, and you'll see that if you scroll down a little bit on the right hand side here, trading room. Okay. So David. You're in our YouTube room. You can stay there if you want, but this room here, the trading, and it's free also. Just more action, more traders in the room. Okay, that's up to you. So the trade wave. So please listen carefully, okay? Because people seem to forget the first step. The first step to enabling the trade wave on your charts, you must right click and then use browser interface. Okay, that must be checked. If it's already checked, then don't check it, don't uncheck it. Okay, now, that's pretty ugly up here. Okay, so when you do that, you should see these icons at the top, and it's this icon to the left of the anchor. It's the indicator icon, and you click on it. And when you do click on it, Trade Wave is one of the options. Now I'm going to click on it. You're going to see that this is a toggle on and off because when I click on Trade Wave, my wave disappears. Okay. So now I'm going to click on it again, Trade Wave, and now the wave will appear again. And that's it. Now, if you don't see these icons, okay, if you don't see these icons, it's probably because your chart is too small. So if I do this, see how they disappear. Okay. So you should grab your chart, make sure it's big enough so you can see the icons. Now, once you click on it and it's enabled, you can reduce the size of your chart if you want. So Edric, and anybody else, did that make sense? Now, the only other reason why it wouldn't show up is that you're on a build that is way like a very early build or something. So That's the only reason that but if you right click, you should see this option that says use browser interface. I clicked on TradeWave. Not here, not here, not here. Okay. Don't click on this indicator. I'm talking about up here. If I'm pointing at this, okay? You see where that little anchor is? To the left of it is the indicator, the indicators on the chart. So do you see that, Edric? You see these, you see the heart, there's a clock, and then this little icon here to the left of the anchor, that's the indicator. So if you click on it, TradeWave should show up. I'll show you how, RJ. Okay, you see how when I clicked on it, left clicked on it, I get these options, and TradeWave is one of them. So I click on TradeWave, and if I click on it now, it's a toggle on and off. So my wave is going to disappear. So I click on the indicator and click on TradeWave, and it'll get back again. So Edric, okay. You're not to click. You don't click here. Don't click on these indicators here. This is what you're doing, I think. You've got to click on the indicator that's on the chart up here. Can you not see what I'm pointing at? Because what I can see you're doing is you're opening up indicators here, but that's not where you're supposed to you're not supposed to. Don't do that. It's up here, these icons up here that I'm pointing at. If you don't see these, then let me know because it's either your chart is too small or you haven't clicked on use browser interface. So RJ, as far as getting the same chart settings every time you open a chart, this is what I typically do. Okay, now you can. Okay, let's say I got a 1 minute chart here, but now the time frame. I mean, obviously the time frame is easy enough to change, but I think you're talking about what you want your volume. Maybe you've got a VWAP, things like that that you want to see on every single chart. So if you set up your chart the way of with the indicators that you want to see on every chart, then you right click. You right click on the chart and you see where it says save as default. You would save as default. So every time you open a chart from here, the new chart, this is what you're going to see. Typically, though, what I do, I find this is easier, is I just duplicate the chart. Because typically what I'm trying to do is have different time frames. Okay. So if I want on my if I have here's a 2 minute chart, if I wanted a 5 minute chart, I would just duplicate it and then change the time frame. Okay. If I want a 10-minute chart, I would duplicate it, change the time frame. That to me is easy, just as easy. Okay. That makes sense. Now, for instance, on my daily chart, I don't want number one. See, on my daily chart, I want the 200-day moving average as an example. I don't want the 200-day moving average here. So, but that's what I do. Okay, so yeah, if you don't have a later version, that's what I was trying. Okay, what version of Edric, what version of trade ideas do you have? If you click on help and about, it's going to tell you the version. Now I'm on a development version, but you guys have maybe something similar. I can't even remember what version you guys can have, but what version of trade ideas do you have? Okay. So if you click on help from the toolbar, help and about, that'll tell you the version you're on. So as Pepe is saying, maybe you got FX at the top. If you have FX at the top, you would click on that. That's an older version though. Okay, so 104, that's probably too, you probably need a later version then. So do you see FX at the top? If you see FX, I mean, you don't have to change, but if you see FX as one of the options at the top, then you would click on that. But I would update it. I would go to, yeah, I would update. Okay, well, if you see FX, you can click on that. Oh, is that a clickable thing? No. Okay, forget that. So if you go to our homepage, you should, I mean, I would just get the latest version of Trade Ideas, okay? But if you see FX, you can click on it, and then that's the old version. You click on FX, and if you click on FX, you should see Trade Wave as one of the options, okay? And then then that will enable Trade Wave for you. But as Pepe is saying, you probably should update your version of Trade Ideas. I thought this was clickable, but it's not. This download Trade Ideas Pro. I thought it was clickable. It is not though. And you won't lose anything, okay? I mean, you're not going to lose any of the layouts, anything that you've ever done. But if you want to have the wave on your chart right now, yeah, just click on the FX. Yeah, that lung is it just doesn't want to take out at 250 yet. Briefly, it did. You see, it got it to 252. Whew. Well, guys, my wife told me that I should quit doing all this if Stantec, not this is the U.S. price version, but in Canadian dollars hit 160. So this might be it for me. It only needs another 18 cents. Well, look at this one, guys. It's a GNPX, a GNPX all-time low right now. GNPX all-time low. Here's another really nice one from our AI guys. This ETHZ. It's been in a, with Ethereum, I guess. Well, I don't know what they do. I don't know what they do. Clinical stage biotech company, but just based on what their name, it looks like it should be something to do with Ethereum, but don't quote me on that. I don't know, Monica. I mean, I miss a lot of stuff. It's possible I'd be in the chat, but I would be not contributing. How's that? And I wouldn't be entering as Barry, that's for sure. Oh yeah, the majority of people do not. They're too shy. Majority of people are just too shy, or they think asking some kind of a question, people are going to think, "Well, that's stupid." You know what? I should say this every single day. Honestly, there's no such thing as a stupid question. Now, if you ask the same question over 50 times in a row, fine. But we all started out new trading at some point. So, if you're thinking out there, man, I'd like to ask this guy a question, but I don't want people to think I'm stupid. Don't feel that way, honestly. GNPX is still overpriced, even though it's at an all-time low. Not feeling the love in this one right now, guys. It's long. I mean, this is just really see how it's starting to turn down now. Okay, that wave is starting to turn down. I'm going to hold on, but I'll bet you if I went to a 1 minute chart, it would be starting to turn orange. There it is. Okay, so I'm very wary of it right now. Now, you know what? Don't discount the. This may be one of those ones that have a late day run. The VSEE. I mean, I know it got up to that. All I got no pre-market. I got up a lot further. Yeah, I got up to $4 in the pre-market. Okay. Now the 930. The open is 253. So you know what? I mean, this could have a late day run. Holding over the VWAP. Volume is still pretty good. I mean, there's what I look for volume Of course, it's not the absolute volume, but is there a volume bar that's starting to stand out again? So, on the 2 minute, it's a big pullback. I get it, but it's still hanging over the VWAP. So, as long as it's over the VWAP, it could still kind of attract people. He may not be though. He may be just, obviously the volume, it's still huge, but you're looking for maybe a bar to stand out. Look at the 15. So what I'm going to do is put a price alert in this, maybe this right up here around 220, and see if it gets above the high of that at some point on some volume. Don't quite understand the question. Are you talking about the width or the height? The width is I think it's the same for every bar. But obviously it stands out because you see it. But it's the height. For me, it's always about the height of the bar. So again, are you talking about the volume bars, Carlos? The color under the candles? No. The color. You're not talking. Are you? So I'm not sure. Are you talking about the wave? Ah, okay, okay. Well, yeah. To me, it's better if it's narrow, okay? Because that means it hasn't gone totally parabolic. Now, if you got into, I'll use this as an example. You got into something and all of a sudden it went parabolic, that means the price is really scooted up for you, and that's great. But if you're in the trade, for me, I'd rather see it kind of the more narrow, the better, because that means that depends where I got in. Because the way I look at it is that if all of a sudden it gets parabolic, you're going to get a lot of people maybe wanting to sell. So if you're looking for something a little more orderly, the more narrow that bar that wave is, it's easier to keep in the trade, in my opinion. That's all. Okay. No, perfect. No, I was long gone. Woke up this morning. I didn't expect a positive. Yeah, that's what I got. Talking to perfect in our YouTube room. And that's why I say if you look at the ones from here, the large cappers, see typically, you're not going to get, on the 15 it's a little bit different, but on the 2, typically you're going to get narrower bars. Like narrower bars. Now this is a little more wide, but It's still good. I mean, it's still good, guys. I mean, it turned a little orange. So had I not taken out any before, there's no question I would have taken some off right here the minute it got that little glimpse of orange. Because if you take some off, it gives you a little more confidence to keep in, whatever you've got left in the trade. Because who knows? I mean, this if it can finally, if it can see its way to get through 250. I mean, it could go on another little run. Yes, it is. Yeah, it's halted on the way down. So I mean, it may not. I put my price alert up here, so it may not be a late day runner. Okay, listen, guys, I'll be right back. Okay, give me about 5 minutes, and then I'll be taking a break in at noon. So just give me a. Okay, what time is it now? 11:38. So okay, back around 11:45. All right, guys, I'm back. So, in about 15 minutes, Steve will take over for me in our YouTube room. Okay. In about 15 minutes, he'll take over between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Look at this one, guys. It's national research. It's an earnings play. These are the ones I love, these stocks that very few people hear about. I don't know this one at all, but they released earnings. Not a lot of volume. That's the only issue. 126,000 shares. Not a lot of volume. Too bad. Esla, not Tesla, but Esla. Um, Codex. I can't answer that, Michelle. I don't know why. What is it showing? I mean, it's flatlining right now. Codex is flatlining, 58 cents, 59 cents. Like what is the difference? Like how much how many pennies is the difference? Talking to Michelle in our YouTube room. And I don't have a stock race with that on it. So this should not be in the explosive winners anyway. I'm not sure. Are you sure that is not well, okay, let me see something here. So it's in the dock channel bar, and you're saying in explosive winners. So what race are you talking about? Are you talking about this race here, the velocity vault, ignite your profits? What race are you talking about in the explosive? This is the explosive winners layout. So what race are you talking about? The only thing I can think of is looking at yesterday. Well, okay, I'm not saying it didn't happen, but I mean, obviously, I mean, it's not even been close to a dollar today. Yeah, maybe you got to restart or something. Okay. Now I shouldn't say that. I think at the beginning of the day, I was wondering if it got up to 93 cents at the beginning of the day. But yeah, I would just do a restart. All right, guys. Time's it now 11:47. So another 13 minutes or so for me. You see, even this one, Carlos, you see how, I mean, this is not it's orderly down, okay, on the 2 minute. Even though this is a, pretty low float, it's pretty good for a low float stock to look like this on the wave. Nokia is one of those ones that, yeah, interesting. Nokia. That's how I think it's pronounced. Yeah, I just don't. I rarely trade this. The float. Oh, we don't have any float. It's in the billions, I believe. It actually showed up on the small gap breakout. Why don't we have any float information on it? I know. I'm sure it's in the billions. Ah, I see. Nokia stock soars after Nvidia invests $1 billion into a strategic partnership. Now, if this were a low float stock, this would be up probably about 1,000,000%. But seriously, I mean, it's up 18%. That's a massive move for this stock. Interesting, and it had earnings a couple of days ago. Yeah, I can't tell how many shares it's got, but I mean, it's a market cap of like 25 billion. So, which in this particular case, that'd be about 3 billion in the float. So it's a big float. Give me a moment, guys. Just before I do this, I want to make sure anybody with our single stock window, are you getting no float information for Nokia? NOK? Because I'm starting to see a few of these ones with big floats. We're not getting the information. I saw a couple yesterday. I'm sure, like from Microsoft and all, we probably have it. But let me make sure though. It's just for a few stocks, but I just want to make sure that if anybody has using our single stock window, are they getting any float information for Nokia? Now, I don't know. Maybe it's because it's foreign. I mean, it shouldn't be, but I guess nobody's using our, oops, sorry about that. I was on mute in the room. So my question was, anybody with our single stock window, or what are you getting any float information for Nokia? I get it blank. Sometimes, I just have to reload, but I get blank information, and it's obviously it's billions. I think I don't know, 3 or 4 billion in the float. But I just want to, anybody using our single stock window, I just want to make sure I've already indicated to the guys that, and I saw this a couple of times yesterday. Some of our new provider is doing a great job for the low floaters, but I'm seeing sometimes with the larger market caps, we're not getting any float information. Now, I don't know if it's just because this is a foreign stock, because I put in Microsoft and Microsoft is there. But anybody with our single stock window, or a way to see the float, maybe in a column. Give me a moment. Just give me a moment, guys. 11:55. Okay, gotta check something. Okay, guys. All right, guys. What time is it now? 11:57. I better get prepared for Steve taking over for me. So just give me one moment. So this is a link to get into our YouTube room that Steve will take over for me in about a couple of minutes from now. So there's a link. Okay, and then I'll put my announcement up here. Okay, guys. So I'm just waiting now for Steve to show up. I've got all my little announcements, muted my music. So, guys, you can see what happened with lung, okay? So it did not, that 250 mark just proved to be, so far anyway, pretty, so that is it for me in the lung. Okay. All right, I think I heard a little pop. So I think Steve is in our YouTube room right now. So, guys, in the main room, I'll put myself on mute. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And I'm assuming, yeah, I heard a little cough or something, a little ahem.
Clearing of the throat.
Clearing the throat.
Yeah.
Getting ready for your 1 hour stint. So, how are you this morning, Mr. Gomez?
I am good.
Good.
Like I said earlier, I didn't have the stamina to stay up and try and watch
No.
18 innings of baseball.
Unbelievable, isn't it? Especially with two teams with, quite frankly, horrific bullpens. I mean,
True. Oh, that's my first thought this morning was, what are they going to do tonight?
Yeah.
They're going to have
Well, the fact that
Kike
they went 9
Rodriguez,
innings, I
I
mean,
know.
without
That's
any run scored, with those two bullpens that are not great. That to me is the amazing thing. But
Well, I saw highlights on Instagram. I guess they tried to score a run with a big guy lumbering around 30. Wasn't even close, but he wanted to go home. I don't blame him.
You're
For the
talking
Blue Jays.
about Davis.
Okay, I didn't
Davis.
know who it was.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, be interesting to see tonight. Amazing, just the turnaround is next to nothing.
And I mean, yeah, if you're a baseball fan, that was a great game. So that was pretty cool.
Yeah, no kidding. Okay, Steve, I'll now I'm assuming you have to leave at about 5 to the hour. So
Yep.
Okay.
Being a Tuesday.
Okay. All right. I'll see you in about 55 minutes or so.
All right. Bye. All right. Hello, everybody. Just getting all set up over here. I like to use a YouTube channel. So for questions. So let me grab that link, pop in there, mute myself. All right. Essentially 2 whole baseball games were played. Yeah, exactly. Man, they wanted to go home. Well, look what I just noticed here on my screen. This is why I use this indicator, the market pulse. Something's happening out there where the bids are popping into certain stocks. There's a green candle, SPY, green candle, NASDAQ. Anyway, how's everybody? Today is Tuesday. It's my day for the off day, as we call it. I guess, Tuesday can be myself. It could be Andy. It could be Chris. Hello, 3 Sharp. All right, so some unusual put flow coming through on BABA. Oh, Andy's the guy to talk about the China stocks. I wouldn't be surprised. It looks like it's kind of making a little lower high there. Oops, it's got some falling it could do. Hello, Michelle G. As usual, for those that tune in for Money Machine type content, I don't start it until the session starts. I don't want to pop in here with a big old green P&L and say, hey, you should have seen what I did earlier. That doesn't help. So we want to just kind of go from scratch when I do these lives. Now, again, we're just in testing mode here, and I only fired this thing up to kind of demonstrate it. I've kind of contributed what I would use for Money Machine settings, which is as follows. Stocks like BABA, when they fall in and hit that blue line there, this is when my Money Machine alerts are going to pop off, and I'm looking for a bounce. And this strategy is a contrarian pullback, buy the pullback. It is not a, come over here and buy breakouts and try and ride higher highs. I have found that to be very difficult with the Money Machine, because the way I'm using this tool is I'm looking away, doing emails, chats, trading, doing support, answering questions internally, and then I look back over and kind of see what's going on. So as I said, we'll start from scratch with that strategy. Are you good now? Okay, good. It's always a good thing to do is hit the refresh button. So I have nothing loaded in the Money Machine. Here's the configure, paste, collaborate. This is how you can paste a top list collaboration If you need help understanding that, I can show you later, but this is what the menu looks like now before I turn it on. We're looking for the 130, that's that blue line, pullbacks, version 5. I've had 5 versions, and this is the one I've been running. I want to stress that these stops and exits, really, they're just a placeholder for me. They don't mean much, and I'm not trying to be flip. It's just that I'm not looking to try and find the perfect ratcheted setup for trailing stops and tightening stops and things like that, because I'm doing this all visually. So we're setting up, saving the profile. It's now loaded, and I can go ahead and start, and we should be getting some trades, I would think. All right, we've got 2 trades right off the bat, and then here's the other step that I take. So I look at the daily chart. Interesting gap. It's kind of holding. This is a nice setup, really. I really like this setup. So I first confirm on the daily. It's a pretty good looking gap and hold, if you will. And then here's our rising blue line. This is 130 SMA, the 5-day moving average. We're buying very close to on pullbacks. There's a pullback coming into this. And we're buying very close to that blue line. So the first thing I'm going to do is tighten the stop. I'm going to click that target. All I have to do is hover over the blue line, click the target once, and now we have our risk reward. I'm going to move this up above the prior highs over here, and maybe even I can target it over here, I think. Yeah, it's kind of a wonky. It's not coming in. I can, there we go. I can just grab and pull that chart down. So we're going to risk $30 to make 82 on this trade. I'm just going to click that arrow and brings us back to a reset on the chart. I can't see the target because it's much higher, and that's fine. Next trade. This one's already green. Now, mind you, notice that a lot of these trades, they'll lose the spread on the open. We do that by design, at least for now, for simulated purposes. Because in real life, quite honestly, you're going to get a better fill than you are in the simulated version. That's really the crux of what I'm saying. You probably get nice midpoints using a market order between the spread, whereas this is only going off of the bid, so you're losing the spread immediately. Yeah, sure. Let's show the configuration again. Michelle, let me go ahead and tighten these up again. So I'm going to click target. Let's go back up here to that high. Let's tighten up our stop. Oops, just below that blue line. Risking $30 to make 114. I'll take that. This one must have a bit of a spread to it. That's why it's got a $23 loss already. I'm going to click the target, bring that in. Ooh, that's a pretty reasonable target, $143, but we're going to have to risk, $50 maybe to hopefully that bounces up into there. We'll take that. So we got 3 trades now that are all visually set. All right. I am not trying to, figure out the perfect settings here. These are just my starting point. And then I come in and visually, we got a third one that just popped in. I think it's Tremble. All right. Daily chart looks nice. Pulling back into the 5-day. Click my target. And I'm going to stop at 5 because I've programmed it to say, give me the top 3 in the scan, which we're going to look at, but only give me a max of 5. Okay, so here is, let's see, pull back to the 130. It's a top list. This is the one I'm using, version 5. Load that. Okay, so there's top 3, and we're pretty much guaranteed we're in these 3, which it looks like we are. All right, so the configuration, as you're asking about, some stuff going on in here. Let's look at them one by one. Here is really the bread and butter. It's our filter from the 130 period. I had them build this because I felt it was such a strong one, and they did that nicely. We did it 4 years ago or so. Now we can, what I call, envelope it. All right, I've got a pretty liberal above, 0.5% above, and then the window opens up below that all the way to -0.02%. Now, if the stock is, if you look at my sort, change from the close, and I've got it where the change from the close is giving us pullbacks, so red from the close, on a strong stock, which, by the way, let's see here. It's above the 50-day moving average, so that ensures that these are stocks that are at least trending or healthy. relative volume of at least 1. I could lower that 1 and get a lot more symbols, but I want to have at least decent relative volume. Let's see. I did that to kind of filter out some other stocks I didn't want to see. Change in 5 days. This is important. So it's got to be up at least 2% in the last 5 days. It's not downtrending. It's above its 50-day moving average. And it's been up the last 2 days. But in the moment, the change from the close has it kind of falling back. And then we only see it as it comes through this envelope here of the 15-minute 130 SMA, which is a 5-day. Average daily volume, I decided to use this because you can go 2 ways. As you listen to Barry, you know that you can use volume today. And if you've got, 500,000 shares of volume already printed today, chances are you've got liquidity. But a lot of times those stocks come into the day only averaging 50,000 a day. And those are generally stocks that are just quiet and they've come alive with volume for whatever reason. I don't really want to trade those stocks. So I've used the average daily volume to filter out the traditionally low average liquidity type stocks. So that's the reason for that. So hopefully that helps. The position and range, Andy kind of helped me with these. So I don't want the stock to be above its 50% of the day range. I want it to be down on the day. Okay. And then position in 30-minute range, it needs to be no more than at least 50% of its 30-minute range. I think Andy kind of popped in with that one and helped. It's kind of a group effort. So hopefully, Michelle, that helps. What I'll do is I'll drop the collaboration link because that's what we communicate with. So collaborate and copy. And then I can just drop that in there for anybody who's listening and curious and has, why is that not coming through? Oh, that's right. The old collaboration link is too many characters. So I have to share the cloud link, and you guys basically load the stock, the top list like this, and then with the cloud link I'm going to share, then you have to convert it to collaborate. And collaborate copy, that allows you to plug that into the money machine. All right, let's try that again. Here comes the cloud, which is a condensed version, and that comes through the chat. All right, so we've got our 5 and limit of 5 again, right? Limit 5 maximum positions, entry candidates. Well, conveniently enough, my entry candidates are 3, and that top list really only had about 3 at the most. But, a top list could have as many as 10 or 12, and then you wind up taking the top 3 of that. Hello, Bill. All right, so what am I trading today? I came in with a lot of small cap stuff, some drone stuff like UAVS is just not working. USAR, rare earth, I took a shot on yesterday, really wasn't working. But I did come in long DJT and they got some news overnight. Stock's looking good. Might maybe finally try to break its downtrend. I came in long Tesla. I'm really getting fired up on Tesla again. And I'll show you why. Tesla's my biggest winner this year. I literally, the trade of the week back here when I was back skiing with Brian in April, I called Tesla a video on it too. I said, this is a generational low, and Tesla had a really nice run, made some good money, and then it kind of went to sleep, scalped it here and there, participated in this run. And then literally the last 2 months, I'm glad I haven't been tying capital up in this sideways action. Well, now we've got earnings that are out. And when you had this earnings day, the next day it was on sale. When you see a stock gap down and it's bought back immediately, you don't see that very often. I saw that with Palantir, and we all know how those trades worked out. So I missed the green day, but Andy was nice enough to nudge me midday. Here's the green day after earnings. And I said, I'm not chasing this mess. Opened up way up here and then just started to sell. And then Andy goes, hey, you might want, I said, you know what? I looked at it. It was a 50% retracement from the big day and I wanted in anyway. So I said, yeah, I'm going to use this. So I bought and I haven't looked back since. I'm pretty happy because now I think if Tesla breaks out of this range, it is so on. I mean, this blue line I have there is there for a reason. If we can get a close above that blue line, we could be elevating Tesla to the $500 level pretty soon. I traditionally don't play the large caps like Andy does, but I'm super bullish on the company and Elon and everything that they're doing over there is just amazing. And the chart is, the longer you have a consolidation band, once it breaks out of that long protruded consolidation, it generally should have more fire behind it because you've got more people positioned on either side. And one of those sides is wrong. Patrick, I was watching PSLV yesterday, and I actually had an oh shit bid in there right there at 15, and it never got it. That blue line was an active bid, and I was like, I'll take it if I can get it. I got 5 cents away from it, and then it bounced. And I didn't really want to touch it today, but I really noticed gold seemed to have kind of settled in. It tested the 4,000 and popped right back up. And so I got a little frustrated. And I was selling stuff this morning. AEVA was a drone stock. It wasn't doing anything. UAVS drone stock. I got mad at BBAI, sold that one, wasn't doing anything. And I said, you know what? I'm just not seeing the light here. I really do like this gold trade. And so when I decide to play gold or silver, I go to the Sprott Fund because they are a physical audited fund. So PHYS is the Sprott Fund for gold. And I pulled it up and we already had the red candle. And then that green candle was starting to come up above. And I said, you know what? I'm just going to empty the rest of my cash that I have available today into the PHYS. Maybe I'll catch a low. I'll evaluate at the end of the day. So far, so good. I have a very 30% portfolio position in PHYS at the moment. MindMed was in yesterday. It spiked up and I started adding to it where I thought was a super good ad right there on that pullback. I thought I was nice and patient. And then it opened up today and just tried to square people out. And I told Andy, you know, it seems like lately in some of these, especially small cap stocks, when something happens like this day, whoever missed out on this that's a big fish, says, you know what, I want in, but we need to bring it back down to where I'm interested. And so they find a way to do it. But I like the way this big push has been rounding here on the daily. And that is it for moi. Do we have alerts to send out to our email? At one time, there was a function for SMS and email alerts, but they're very unreliable. You can write us at info@trade-ideas.com if you want. And Chris has a much better extensive knowledge of that process than I do and how well it works, more importantly. But I don't trust it very well. Now, with that said, Kamal, we are building out a new technology that's going to use HTML5, and that's really like cross-platform, so you can use that anywhere, which should be a tablet, an iPhone. Yeah. All right, I only made some money a week back there, but it's never popped. Yeah, that UAVS is tough. It just went back to sleep. And, you know, the drones, I did make some good money in UMAC. I rode those 2 days and then got out yesterday, which was nice. But UAVS, man, it's going to have to get back above, you know, I'm going to just draw a line like right there. It's going to have to get back above 220. This purple line up here is a very significant anchored VWAP line. You can see how poignant it is. Bam, bam, bam. And so I thought we were in the clear sailing up here. And now that we've given that back, we're just kind of back in the washing machine again. So it's very easy for me to, I got to remind myself sometimes you can't just keep falling in love with stocks because they were once beautiful back here. You know, they've kind of went back to sleep. And so when you're trading stocks that are pinned under these moving averages like this, you're basically a hoper. And sometimes it works. And if you get a good headline, it pops back up. And honestly, that's probably a bad risk reward because in the long run, those types of charts will just continue to bleed on you. And that's when newer traders, I did it when I first started trading, you refuse to rip the Band-Aid off because you just know, I just know as soon as I sell this, it's going to bounce. So just let it. I mean, it's easier to rip the Band-Aid off and have a fresh mind and fresh dry powder and cash for the next day than to pull in the next day and pull up your stock that you've been lamenting for 4 days and you just sit there and you groan over it. Oh my God. Meanwhile, what are you doing? You're missing opportunity elsewhere with a fresh mind because you've got a polluted mind with a bad position. So if that's you and I'm talking to you and you've got one of those stocks on your screen that you just can't stop looking away from, it's a train wreck, try what I'm talking about. Rip the Band-Aid off and you'll see that it's not so bad. How do I get TradeWave alerts on gainers list? Well, first you have the gainers list. Whatever you're talking about that list is, you just go ahead and bring it up. Let's assume this is a gainers list. Well, everything I click through, I have to turn it on the chart first. So you go to this little indicator icon here. You hover over it. It says indicators. Click it, and now you've got the menu, and you just click it again for TradeWave. And no matter what time frame you're on here, now I zoom in and zoom out real quick. Sometimes that'll bring in the buy and sell tags. But NXC, as we can see, was a buy tag yesterday, and it gapped higher. So, it's a two-step process to answer your question. Take whatever scan you want, and then configure your chart to show you the trade wave. And again, if you're new to here or new to trading, this is the best indicator that we have in our library by far, because I know what I'm looking for, but you guys don't all have 30 years of experience. So the B and the S is a nice little guardrail sometimes. Let's assume that yesterday you're playing NXC because you bought the B tag off the morning and you've been riding, and you said, well, I didn't sell here because there was no S tag. And you're like, okay, oh, good. I'm glad I didn't sell. And you keep going. And all of a sudden, there's the sell tag on the open. And that's it. You got the best piece of what you could, all right? Okay, so I'll show you what you're probably doing, Michelle. On the money machine settings, likely it's possible under here under trade direction, you may be having going short. I'm hoping that's the case because there's really no other reason. Will it alert on the screen? No, there's no alert that will flash and say, hey, a buy tag just went off. Now, the closest we can get to that is this. And this is how I found Riot last week. The trade of the week, Riot, was a buy tag on the daily chart. I don't have it on the daily, but it was a nice follow through. But I found it using a daily approach under the new menu here, Market Explorer. Now, once you open this, it's not very intuitive. I know it's about 2001 technology here, but right click and you've got the menu rabbit hole. Select strategy, triple menu, all the way down to TradeWave daily. All right, now we'll go to TradeWave daily on my daily chart. We're going to enable the dailies. We can also enable this thumbnail here to see where it really has come from, so we can tell Riot at one time was way up here around $50. But for now, these, as I click through CCJ, of course, big news, of course, on that one. So big buy tag will show up there. But just clicking through, you'll see today's date, TradeWave buy daily. We've got the daily chart with the TradeWave buy signals. There you go. I had to zoom a little bit to bring that buy tag in. Now, one after the other, as I go down here, these all have displayed a buy tag early in the day. So you could use this list if you're a swing trader. This is exactly how I picked Riot over the weekend. I saw, wow, it was a fresh B tag just came in on the Friday. So that's how it kind of originated into the trade of the week. All right. So again, this was to get there. You go to New Market Explorer, the E tag. Then you right click Strategy Trade Wave. Okay, hopefully that helps. I'm going to turn Trade Wave off on both my charts. Didn't mean to do that. Okay. Still moving higher here intraday on the NASDAQ. Why do I still have Trade Wave on? Thank you. All right, I saw a question. Staying alive. Yeah. Can we give an opinion on Starbucks before earnings? Well, I can give an opinion that if you trade into earnings, you're gambling. However, this is tonight, is tomorrow. Earnings are tomorrow. Well, it has reestablished itself and built a nice, decent base camp, is what I would say. And the reason I say that is it has reclaimed the 50-day moving average for about 5 days here. And now we've got a crossover of the 10 crossing the 50, and the price is just kind of, bubbling above it. That's all we have to go on. Bigger picture is it is in a downtrend, but that does look decent. It looks decent. But I'm not one, very rarely am I one to go in and gamble before earnings, because we just don't know, one, how the earnings are going to be, and two, more importantly, how the market's going to react. So those are two different variables that you don't really have control over. But Starbucks 2 weeks ago, just wondering, okay, so this is a perfect opportunity. This is what I would do. I told you sometimes I will and sometimes I won't. Well, the situation where I will is where I'm in the money. And you're in the money, and I'll take half off before earnings. That way I don't get mad at myself. If it gaps down and I haven't taken half off, then I'm mad at myself. If it gaps up and I'm still in half, I'm not mad at myself. So you can kind of see how you have to play to your emotions sometimes. And that would be an interesting strategy, because you can't lose. That's a good point, Kamal. And some point, I think we'll probably work towards that, but they're not, architecturally speaking, a part of the current scans. They're a chart overlay. And what I showed you earlier was like a hard-coded version that's not very configurable in that Market Explorer. But I think we'll get there at some point. The Trade Wave has the Money Machine has a Trade Wave buy and sell option. I don't use it. I just felt that I would rather use the real-time entry of a pullback, bam, right into that moving average. The Trade Wave waits for a candle or two sometimes before the buy tag shows up. And I always, in my experiments with Money Machine, it felt like the entries were a bit late using the Trade Wave. So that makes sense. Tesla's got a date with this prior high probably today, 470. You're welcome for talking sense. Yeah, it helps sometimes to put it in that perspective. You give yourself a no-lose scenario, and it helps. And I've found over the years that selling half in certain situations is just a wonderful solution, because you can't decide what to do. You satisfy both. All right. Has anybody been sent here by support looking for a resolution or an explanation of something, how it works. Trade of the week right is holding up entry, but hasn't moved up a lot. No, let's look at that again. So what very well could happen here is we've had a big boom, doji boom. It's deserving of probably a rest. See all the space we have right now between the 5-day moving average, and there's our entry for the most part. Ideally, it goes sideways. It could give up a little bit, but I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see a little bit of maybe 2 more days of sideways consolidation would be the perfect scenario for it. And a sideways consolidation basically works off the last 3 pushes it's had here and allows these moving averages to start to force the issue and come up underneath it again. Otherwise, you're trying to just have it's like a helicopter up at Mount Everest. It's not going to get a lot of traction. I'm surprised as it is they can get drones to fly up that high. Money machine, it shows VRA and you can't seem to. Okay, so let's look at a target. It's kind of a nuance. So first off, the target is clicked by. Let me see if I have a new entry here. Well, the target is clicked by hovering over the blue tag first, and then you'll see a little target button pop in there. The minute I have a new trade, I can show you. Okay, interesting. I don't think VRA was on Money Machine shows VRA. I don't know why it would have. That's odd. The strategy is to pull back to the 130 SMA 5 version. The profile is nothing more than the name that I gave it. Exit positions on a stop. I have that checked. Stops. There's not much to do down here because I'm not really doing any re-entries or anything. So most of the settings are going to be in the order entry settings. The only other thing I can think of is maybe there's something got lost in translation. If you want to email Michelle, I can email you back. Here's the exact profile. I can try and give you a more detailed collaboration setting, but I'm not sure what was lost in translation there. Trade direction should be long. Seeing some of these names I was in earlier. Okay, let's see. What do you think about NAE? NEE. That's a big reversal candle. I don't like that reversal candle, and now it's pinched in the intraday. It's kind of pinched. Look how it couldn't get back above its 5-day. I don't like it right here. It's very, very precarious the way it's slowly throwing down. And usually 1 day of selling is hard to recover from. Turn around and bounce back up. This seems like it could be a head fake. I'd be very cautious, and any taking out of today's low would be taking out the 20-day SMA. You got all of this open space down here, so I'd be very cautious on that one. All right, yeah, Michelle, just you can email me, and if you're able to send me any pictures of what your settings look like too. Most Windows machines, if you click shift the Windows icon and then S, you'll be able to kind of create a window which pops up down here. That's one version. The other one's over here. Snipping. It's called the snipping tool. So look for the snipping tool and see if you can send me settings of what, pictures of what your settings look like. Do you ever use the candle alerts, shooting star hammer? No, but I gave those out to somebody yesterday that likes to trade off of a daily doji, and you don't have pullback to the 130. Yeah, that's the problem. You don't have that correctly. So email me, Michelle, and I'll send you the proper collaboration link, and then you can work with the collaboration link, and that should work. Because what you were showing me looks like nothing like I would see coming through. All right. No, I don't use the alerts for a couple of reasons. I mean, I kind of know what I'm looking for, and I also have a universe of stocks that I trade. So this is my watch list down here. So if I can look down here and see, you know, oh, shit, look at these. These names are weak. The drones names are weak and neutral. So if I'm looking to buy something, guess what? I'm not coming in here and chasing something that's up 18%. And I wish I had seen HYMC when it was down in the red, and I could have evaluated it yesterday with that little. Now, I will say this to answer your question. I'll pull up my favorite stock. And what do you know? My favorite stock yesterday had a little hammer. Well, I kind of wish I had taken a chance at the end of the day based on my visual hammer, but it's not scanning for a hammer. So I've just got my list of favorite stocks, and I just kind of go around and rotate through them. There you go. That's the email address that I'll see it. For those that don't know, tomorrow is Fed decision day. Probably not going to be a huge bomb dropped in terms of surprises. But as I mentioned to Andy, I can't stand being long or trading a bunch of stuff during the Fed announcement, because there's one thing that's guaranteed. No matter, you take the low and the high of the SPY for that day, get the Fed announcement, and you get a knee-jerk reaction in one direction and then a counter reaction in the other direction. Before you know it, you've created a new high and a new low, and then for no good reason. And having a bunch of positions with short-term mentality, that's just not fun to sit through. So I'm raising cash for tomorrow. I'm kind of sit in this gold probably. If this gold finishes strong in the PYS fund I bought, it's basically mirroring gold. It needs to bounce here. Otherwise, I'm not going to keep it. But if it goes into tomorrow looking decent, I might sit through a gold position. That could be very interesting into the Fed, because I didn't buy it up here. That would be suicide. We were extremely overbought. Now the RSI conditions have come all the way back into, hey, not bad. And the 50-day moving average is kind of right there underneath it. So if we can build on this a little bit, I would take this gold position into tomorrow's Fed announcement. But other than that, I don't really want to take a lot of risk, just because I can't stand the intraday gyrations. It's too much. And this mind mid, I did have a stop in this thing. I basically put a stop below the lows this morning, and then I have moved it up now just under the 130. So sometimes midday stops help me, because I'll throw away stocks. Sometimes I'll get a little pissy and just kind of throw a fit and say, get me out. And I've often found that if I just take that and instead of hit market sell, pull up a stop order and click it a few times underneath and just let it sit, I'm actually happy that I did that instead of just pounding out. So, gold and silver all of a sudden having a loss of their bid, but it's a long day. I bet Bitcoin, XRPI. You guys know I'm a huge XRP bull. Taking abuse for years on social media. People think we're crazy. We'll have the last laugh. Yeah, I do give a lot of credit to the type of candle. For instance, going back to the trade of the week on the daily candles, most importantly, I call it a go, thrust, thrust, pause, thrust, or go, pause, go. I like to call it. So this is a 3-day pattern. So day one is a big green, and day two is a small doji, And then day 3, if you take out day 2 as a doji, day 3 is almost guaranteed as a go, pause, go. So you have to identify that doji in the middle day there to kind of accept that pattern as a setup. What I really want to see the most of is I want to see big washout bottoming tails at significant moving averages, and even better, trading below that moving average and then getting it back. Let's see if Palantir's ever done that. Like this day right here. These are the days I love on the daily chart. If you bought Palantir up at 189 and then you suffered through these days and you said, I just can't take it anymore, get me out, slams down. The last of the people try to buy a dip. It breaks through the 50-day moving average. You probably have shorts piling in down here. And then by the end of the day, the most important time of the day for candlesticks is the end of the day on a daily chart. And if I had been, in a buying mood this day, whatever, and I saw a chart that looked like this, I would be buying this at the close. Now, in this case, it kind of floundered around for a while and threw a fit before it went. But these can be some of the safest entries in the world. After a big drop, a reversal and a close, a retaking of a key moving average right there at this level. That's big for me. I love those. The nukes, NXE has gotten the best of me this past couple of weeks. And then it had earnings, so it's off to the races today. SMR has been having a great day. Oklo, the minis, although this one's trapped a little bit there. Yep. Looks like the NASDAQ got a little ahead of its. Oh, DJT showing its true colors for me. That's nice. I'll tell you what, I bet you there's a lot of naked shorts in this thing. It's one of the reasons I keep playing it too, is I don't want to miss out on some sort of a SEC investigation. Because if anybody deserves it, GameStop and DJT and a couple other stocks would deserve it. Rumble probably would deserve it too. Powers that be don't like these companies. So they just keep finding a way to sell the news. Anyway, all right. Really like to see, just having an alert go off from Kodak. Yep, there's probably news, but this thing does it all the time. Shoots up and then pulls back. I'm not chasing anything there. But that's an example of an alert being set, and now I know something's happening. I would not have known that. Get in the habit of right-clicking and creating price alerts. Yeah, that was the news today. It seems like when DJT has news, it gaps up and then it just sells off for the rest of the day. They don't care what the news is. The sellers are just hell-bent on selling the crap out of DJT until they can't anymore. And I don't know when that's going to come. That blue line is very... here's the part I like most about this DJT is I stayed away from it until it came down and tested that blue line, which is right there, that low. All right, so we can see that was in the eyesight, in the crosshairs. This goes true for any stock. Test number 1 was the gap down and drive back up. All that was given back. Test number 2 right there, and then it wicked, closed off lows and bounced. That's a double test of a prior low. Stocks just have a way of looking left, whether it's for resistance to sell or a bottom to test the resolve of how much conviction do you buyers really have? So that being said, the fact that we've now gotten a double test of a prior low back here, I kind of feel good about letting this thing try and work. Well, I'm in at 1590, but got lucky with the news overnight. And if the news holds, it'll be the first time. This was probably news. This was probably news. This was news. Every time it has news, the sellers just pound it again. But the sellers are kind of running out of landscape because this means a lot to me. Big bottom test, double test, and now we're moving up. What would get me super bullish and maybe add to the position? Well, as you can see, the 50-day moving average is declining. Can't take it out there. Can't take it out there. Can't hold it there. Can't take it out there. Can barely hold it here. But what if we get a nice big green candle or 2 or 3 above that 50-day moving average? This is the type of stuff I like to see for trend changes. You get this test of the low, and then you get a takeout of the 50 and 2 or 3 days of closes above that, and you could be off to the races. All right, the money machine's not doing a whole lot here for me. It's just kind of sitting there. Kind of custom scan you built for the Market Explorer? No, you have to basically just, the only thing you can do is double click and sort by volume or by date. It's very hard coded. And so when you say the Market Explorer is hard coded, that's a key word for non-configurable. Yeah, here's NLR, David, right here near the top of my sector list, which is another key part of my, silver, gold miners, gold, they're having a decent day. Whereas the sectors that are not having a decent day are the commercial REITs, airliners, solar, China, healthcare. Hello, Edwin. How is your setting to find daily that's going up? Well, I never really know what's going to go up, and I don't necessarily have a setting, but I can show you the setting that I'm demonstrating today for this money machine is strong stocks that pull back to this blue line. This blue line here is a 5-day moving average, and I use this in my trading. And we have a stock that gapped up, and now it's not wanting to sell off. This blue line will probably force the issue higher. And my alerts will not chase new highs. My alerts will look for things that are pulling back. And so this stock has pulled back today. Let me enable edge padding. Watch this. We can get a better move. Now you can see we've got a bit more to work with here. I need the stock to hold that blue line, so I like to buy pullbacks of strong stocks at good risk-reward areas. I'm not going to be one who is going to chase green bars that have already gone to new highs. So this is the setting that I'm looking for. And this is the scan right here. So all the stocks on this scan are pulling back to that blue line after being strong. There's another one. So the worst thing a new trader can do is pull up a stock like BACQ on this day and go, oh my God, I better jump in. Everybody wants this. And you buy it right there. You're happy for about a half a day. And then before you know what happens, the rug gets pulled on you. Well, I'd be looking to buy the stock down here, maybe at this moving average. But for now, it's holding this area right here nicely after 3 days of selling. I'm more interested in stocks that are showing me strength, but waiting, being patient and waiting for the jump rope to come back down and give me, which we are at right now, an area that might be a good risk reward. So that's the best way I can answer that question. I'd really like to see gold hold on because, as I mentioned earlier, it's 30% position right now. That's a bit much, but I don't care. I'm going to turn that right edge off. I like it all the way going to the right. And that little pullback doesn't bother me because nothing goes straight up. Midday, there's nothing wrong with a midday couple of red candles. It's like taking a breath. Sometimes you have to pull the arrow back in the bow before you can shoot it higher again. Good question, David. How do I watch a replay of this video? It's very good, but I want you to go slower. Is it possible to watch later? Yes, David. The channel that you're on right now, oops, I'm going to pull it over and show you. This is where I'm watching all you guys' questions over here on the right. Yeah, Pepe. So, once you go to the Trade Ideas Education channel, go to the live, and then from here, you'll have an archive of all of them, and you'll get the date. 22 hours ago, 3 days ago, etc. You can go backwards. And it's Barry, and then one of us in the middle, and then Barry again. So it's a long replay. But if you just want to see what the noon Eastern traders are talking about, like myself or Andy or Chris, you can just pop in there and slide it forward and pick up and hit pause if you need to hit pause and enlarge the screen to go full screen to see something better. I hear what you're saying. So I'm going to pull this back over. All right, guys, about 5 or 6 more minutes or so, then I have to run. So if you're sitting on a question, now's the time. Thank you, David. I'm happy to come in here. It's fun to come in here because 30 years of experience, it just kind of flows off the tongue. It's easy to talk about. I've seen it all. And I know the pitfalls that new traders can fall into. And if I can help people not fall into some of those pitfalls, that's a win. A lot of people will come in here saying, hey, I want to make money. Well, let me tell you something. If you can come in and start trading live and go the first few months without making a lot of big mistakes, primarily maybe listening to myself and Andy of what to avoid and also what to use. Again, I'm going to go back to TradeWave. If you're a new trader, you should be using TradeWave. All it's going to do is give you confirmation of what you see or don't see. Zoom in, zoom out, brings the tabs in. It's kind of a bug. But right now we're under a sell tag in gold. So I'm doing something goofy. It's not traditional, to say the least. So, but again, I know what I'm looking for, and I know how to keep newer traders out of trouble. How to keep a newer trader out of trouble. Teach them that when you look left and you see something that's run this much and you feel like you're missing the crowd, and if you don't jump in now, you're going to miss out. That's the worst feeling you can lay on yourself because you're going to regret it. You've got to be patient and identify things that are strong, but don't lose track of them. Set price alerts. Like I show you, I literally had this. This was a live order yesterday in PSLV at 1501. It's still sitting there in that blue line. You see where I'm waiting for the pullback, not chasing up here. Just doing things like this can immediately get you going in the right direction because it allows you, when you're wrong, to not hurt as much. When you're wrong up here and you get rug pulled, you don't even have time to think about what's happening. And there's no worse feeling in the world than being long a few things when everybody's running for the same exits. You've got to try and stay one step ahead of the herd. And that goes for selling profits too. As stuff is just reaching and ripping, you want to stand up and put your arms up and just say, I'm the greatest, but you should sit down first and sell a third of it. Then you could stand up and put your arms up and say you're the greatest because you just took some of it off and you just paid yourself. Because those big rips higher, they don't last long sometimes. So you have to use those to pay yourself. All right. Anybody have any other last minutes? Is there a user scan vault? Yes, there is. I'll hit this for staying alive before I take off. So it's a little nuanced, but you have to go, I think you have to go to channel. Let me try docked channel first. Docked channel bar to see if it's in there. And then we scroll to the bottom. And then we have to hit more. This show more is not intuitive, but it helps. And then we're looking for a key. We're looking for a key called the Trader's Vault.
Not there, Steve.
It's on the regular channel. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
So I'll just show you real quick. Channel bar. No, I did docked again. And there we go. And I believe it's under more. And then you're looking for the key icon. There. I'm not going to click it because it'll waste all my other windows, but you'll find a lot of really interesting scans in there that over the years we have built and put in there for a public library. What about selling off a couple of positions before that's exactly what I'm doing, Justin. I took risk off. I do not want to go through Fed with risk on because I can't stand the volatility. It's just too much to sit through. So there you have it.
And on that note, I shall let you leave.
All right. Sounds good.
Okay. Thanks, Steve.
All right. Talk to you guys later. And I'll hit that email for Michelle when I can. Thanks. Bye.
Okay. Just waiting for you to disconnect. There you go. Both rooms. And, again, I know, Steve, we're showing you the Trader's Vault. Just remember what he said. If you click on anything in there and you have a layout up and running on your screen, your layout will disappear. That's the whole reason that we created the dock channel bar. Trader's Vault didn't make it over. I'm not sure why exactly. It was really sort of a popularity contest. I mean, what channels were being used the most, and that one wasn't, I guess. So anyway, but just remember, if you use anything from that old channel bar and you click on it and you've got a layout up and running, your layout is going to disappear. Now, as long as you've saved your layout to the cloud, you can bring it back, of course, but make sure you've done that. Otherwise, your layout disappears and it's gone. All right, guys. So, okay, guys, I'm just looking at things here. SKYX. Okay, SKYX. Volume coming in. You can see the little volume burst right there. All right, so William's going to keep the room open until 3:55. I'm going to be taking off almost right at 2 o'clock. Again, I have things I've got to do. So 2 o'clock is probably it for me, maybe a little later if there are some questions. But William will keep the room open for another almost 2 hours after I do leave till 3:55 Eastern time. So I do have to shut the YouTube room down completely, though. You know what else was moving was Ericsson. I mean, these are the two that I just sort of completely and utterly dismiss. But even Ericsson was moving too. So we have Nokia and Ericsson. I don't think Ericsson had anything to do with NVIDIA. Of course, they're in the same area of the world. So Vonage, a part of Ericsson, announced today it has been named the winner of the commercial 5G solution of the year. So, I mean, there was some news. There was some news for Ericsson. Never perfect. So yeah, so I think they're both up about the same amount. Oh, I'm sorry. No, not even close. So yeah, no, Nokia is up. This is probably one of the biggest one-day moves in its history. Maybe I'm being a little dramatic, but this just does not move like this with the billions in the float. But you're right, William. You put NVIDIA in the press release, and it's a no, and it's a real one. They say investing $1 billion. I mean, sometimes these press releases can read a little. I don't want to say misleading, but yeah, maybe I'll say it misleading. But I don't think that one was MGRT. Yeah, Obi, you're right. I mean, it just doesn't trade very much. So that's why today, with Nokia doing what it's doing, it's pretty amazing. Okay, guys, MGRT just got halted. Let's see what it got halted to. Got halted on the way down. Okay. Mega Fortune. Helen of Troy. I think this is HELE. Yeah, Helen of Troy. HELE. All right. Well, a little bit of room. I mean, yeah, a little bit. About 50 cents, little less than 50 cents to the next high. Yeah, I'm still I'm out of the lung, but I'm still waiting to see if I can take out that 250 mark. Maybe get back in. Another pretty decent one from our AI guys. Another earnings play, ARQT. Now the alert down here at 2361, 2530 now. We got up to 2554, so it's still kind of hanging around. This is what Carlos, if you're still around, this is what I was talking about. I mean, look how narrow the wave is. Really. Now, granted, in this particular case, on the 2 minute anyway, what's the float like? I'm surprised. You know how it pierced right here. That is where I would have taken some off had I been in earlier. Isn't that the old restoration warehouse, RH? No, it isn't. Yeah, no, no, restoration hardware, a restoration warehouse or something. Yeah, it's the old RH. Well, it's RH. True, yeah, furniture, lighting, textiles. We even have them in Canada. If we used to. Not an earnings play. Wow, look at this cheap one, but EONR guys. Look at this little pop through 50 cents on volume. EONR. The high yesterday was about the same as today. Well, I guess if it can take out 56 cents, I mean, for those of you who don't mind playing these ones, there's room. 73, 74 cents. But the volume came in. I like this compare count because there's a volume component in here also. It's not just about stocks making new highs or lows. There is a volume component. In our YouTube room, did anybody ask Steve about the seemingly elimination so far, anyway, of the resistance and support lines that used to show up? Anybody ask him that? I mean, it's obvious that it's some kind of a bug, I guess. Come on. Yeah, I guess a big day yesterday or tomorrow. Yesterday, tomorrow with the Fed and also the presser. So, oh, okay, okay, perfect. Not sure what people are expecting, but anyway, it is tomorrow. Oh, come on, Lund, go get break out over 250. Okay, guys, it is now a little after 1 o'clock, so I'm going to go over my homepage one last time today. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. And of course, right at the very top, how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You can get 25% off first month only or the entire year of any subscription. Okay. Any, meaning we've got our standard service and our premium service. So 25% off the first month only of our standard or premium, or 25% off the entire year of standard or premium. All I ask, use my code, whatever it is. Right now it's Barry25. In the future, the reason being that it helps to keep the rooms free. The company tracks the promo codes. They see my code being used enough times, they'll keep the rooms free. For those of you in our YouTube room, at 2 o'clock, I'm going to have to shut down YouTube, but the main room will still be open. This is what I call the main room, the trading room. So you can always head over. That room will still be open till about 3:55. William says, "I'll be gone, no screen sharing, but there's still plenty of activity in the room." So for those of you on YouTube, when I leave, you can always come into the main room, and there's the link. And if you keep scrolling down, so the trade of the week. Now, Steve Gomez, who took over for me for an hour in our YouTube room, he is the originator of the trades of the week, and they're free. You'll get them before the market opens every Monday morning. Now, if you sign up and you don't think you're getting them before you contact us, please check your spam folder, and if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay, before you contact us, if you sign up and you don't think you're getting them. First thing to do, if you do take out a subscription, the first thing to do is this: getting started with trade ideas. 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have trade ideas and you're thinking about it, what I would do is start off on that second video and go to the end. Again, they're very short videos that should give you an idea about whether or not this is the type of program you might want to try, at least for a month. Okay. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos, about 15 of them, designed for those of you who are new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my column scans, technically, a scan is a real-time scan, but I mean, they're not all like that. But regardless, semantics. Biggest gainers from the start of the race is here. Pulse resumes is here. Those are the ones you can actually see. I don't have these two on my homepage. If you want, I can give them to you. The compare count window and also the large cap gainers. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. And I have these other 3 scans. I don't have them up and running, but you can take a look at them. A momentum scan, a gap scan, and also the Pepe combo scan. So any questions about any of one of those or anything else trade related, trade ideas related, you can ask away. Is what all everything that I just showed you, Magnus? Yes, everything I just showed you is part of the standard. Well, it's part of the standard service, not premium. Obviously, it's included in premium, but when you say included, I mean, these are you can't you have to load them yourself, but I mean they're all accessible. But you don't even need a our premium service. You just need our standard service. If that's your question. Okay, so when you click on my homepage link, okay, click on my homepage link. I just put the link in underneath where you just asked the question, right there. There's my homepage link. Okay, so you click on it, and middle section, here they are. Okay, here they are. Now, do you know how to load them onto your screen? Here are the links, but you know how to get them onto your screen. If you don't, I'll show you. And anybody else who might be interested. Oh, Steve's. Oh, I have no idea. I have no idea. I don't know Steve's long-term weekly long. I don't know that one. I thought you were talking about mine. I don't have access to it. Did he go over it in YouTube? Oh, the US, the $17 a month. That is included in our okay. So the $17 a month feature is included in your in not you don't even need it in premium. Okay. So what you do if you I don't think he means the trade of the week. If you're talking about the $17 where you get the 5, so just click on new from the toolbar, Magnus. Click on new from the toolbar. Okay. And then click on well, first of all, okay. Make sure you're following me. So click on new from the toolbar, click on dock channel bar, and click on the show more. And here they are, the swing picks. Okay, this is swing pick channel. So this is part of your service. So you don't have to. It's not a separate subscription if you have our standard service. So click on the swing picks channel. When you do that, now it depends. All depends on how many monitors I guess you've got. This showed up on my other monitor. This basically describes the 5 of them. Okay, and you get them every week. Describes the 5 of them. Now, if you don't see this, it's possible it's behind, okay? It's behind the channel. It's possible. Like, I know people say, I don't see it. So it's possible it's just behind the channel. Okay. So again, just click on new from the toolbar and then click on the show more and then swing picks, the swing picks channel. Okay. Just do it every, I think they get sent out Sunday night. So you can just look at it Sunday nights. Okay. And see what the suggestions are. Okay. All right, guys. KVUE. Now, this is the one that this is the the Tylenol company. KUVE just made a new low here. the spin-off from Johnson and Johnson. I don't know how long ago, but well, I probably could find out if I just went back. Yeah, so it was spun off in I guess May of 2023, so a couple of years ago. I wish there were more room. If there was more room, I'd probably take a flyer on this one. Okay, 1424, but there's not enough room for me for it to move before it might get stalled right there. If the next low looking left had been 14, I probably would take this one. Just put your stop up here around 1456, right at the top here, and so a pretty tight stop, and just see if it worked. But I'm not going to do it. Boy, look at this one. Another earnings play, guys. Tizu, big big drop. Did not see this one. I think it's because the volume was too low at the beginning. Still not huge volume, 500,000 shares, a little less, 8 times normal. Penn is probably an earnings play. No, it isn't. Okay, it is not an earnings play. Penn is not. Keep an eye on PayPal, guys. It's sort of hanging around this area, trying to make up its mind right here. It's an earnings play, still up 8%, 8.7%. No, Holly doesn't work that way at all. I mean, you can create your own scans, of course, stocks under $5, but no. Now, the issue with Holly is that it's not like you get a lot of alerts. So I'm answering a question from 160. I day trade stocks typically under $5. Can I put stocks at a certain price for Holly to send me? No, the answer is no. However, you don't get so many alerts from the AI, from Holly, that you're inundated and you have to sift through the ones that are under five. So, for instance, today there's only one. There's only one, and that was the lung. Okay, but you see, you don't get too many alerts. It's not like you've got 100 alerts and try to pick the one out. Now, you could also, if you wanted to, sort on the entry price. Okay, so you'll see the cheapest one right at the top. Okay, now you can't auto trade it, so it shouldn't matter. It's not like you want to, the minute you get an alert for a stock under five, you're auto trading it. So you can't auto trade it. So all I would do is just I would do something like that, maybe just sort on the entry price column, and then you'll see the cheapest ones right at the top. And if one's under five, you can take a look at it. But you notice there's just not that many alerts on any given day that it's going to be a real pain for you to have to do that. Okay, make sense? Some days you may not get any. Another one, I mean, I like this fly, but I just look left and I think that, well, it's got a little bit of room. Okay, 2570, 2574. Another big volume burst down. Lung. Are you? This is one I traded yesterday. This was a nice one yesterday, actually. This Lumen, very nice one. All right. Whoa, there's the lung over 250 now. Just give me a moment. Good thing I was staring at it. Remember, it's got some room to about 350. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but the weekly chart has room to about 350. Okay, so ex-human being. Okay, a couple of questions from our YouTube room. Just give me a moment. Okay, well, first of all, I want to take a look. Okay, somebody asked about NUVB. Is it a good mean reversion? Take a look at it. Well, I mean, it's still a strong stock. You're talking about a potential short. I mean, it's still strong. I mean, I'm somewhat of a devotee now to the wave. So, right now it's still strong. So I would be waiting to see if it, if that wave on whatever time frame you want to look at starts turning orange and curling down. Yes. Just give me a moment. Challenge of answering and trading. Okay, guys. Yeah, who said they could not get it at 250? I didn't get it quite at 250, but got just over 250. I'm talking about the lung. Okay, Holly AI is recommending NFE as a buy. Okay, so where are you seeing that? Is that in the long term? I mean, all that means depend. Yeah, I mean, depends what you're talking about. Are you talking about the long term AI? Those are just stocks that are still, I guess, obviously positive. So where is NFE? So it's not in this one. It's not in the strategy tree. Well, listen, if you're seeing it in this channel, I'm just trying to find NFE. I don't see NFE anywhere, but all these are, they just mean that they, since the original alert, whenever that was, it's positive. Okay, that's all that means. Now, if you decide you want to trade it, great, but I don't see NFE. So am I looking in the wrong area? Now, it depends. When you say daily signals like lung, I mean the thing about lung, I mean these are all intraday. It doesn't mean that if, for instance, if lung closes well, closing well to me would mean, closing near the high of the day, not having a giant pullback. And then when you look left and it has some room to run if it wants to, I mean, you make up your own mind if you want to hold it. Okay. But where is NFE here? Am I just not seeing it, or did it drop off? So I don't see it here. So yeah, I'm not sure where you're seeing it. Talking to ex-human being in our YouTube room. So ex-human being, can you just tell me where you're finding NFE? I just don't see it. I've got this now in alphabetical order, and I can do I don't see it anywhere. NFB. Okay, I still don't know where. So are you seeing it right now, or is this something that you saw before? Because things will drop off this, because all these refer to, these are previous AI alerts that are positive from wherever, this is like MGTX is saying, well, from the original alert, whenever that was, it's 37 cents above it. MRAM, $1.42 above it. That's what these numbers are. Okay. So stocks, and if all of a sudden MGTX, all of a sudden, if it dropped 40 cents, it would drop off this list. So, I mean, how you trade, like what I call the long term ones, that's got to be up to you. It's just showing you that these are the ones from previous days that are still positive from the original alert. So when you click on it and you look, and if you looked at it, you say, "Wow, I really like it still." Okay, does that make sense? But I still don't know. I don't know if you're telling me you see NFE here. I don't see it. But if you're looking for the more intraday trades, these are more the intraday trades, but they could turn into long termers. I mean, obviously, look at Lung. So your entry was at 226. If this closes at 270 or over 226, then that'll be added to that long term. Okay, because it is something that is still positive from the original entry. No, I'm not a swing trader. I think it's mainly for people who are into longer term trades. So I'm not a swing trader. So I don't really pay that much attention to that. Doesn't mean you shouldn't. And I did my video on lung, but you're in the right place, ex-human being, to ask questions. Yeah, look at the volume that came in. You can just sort of see. I mean, look what happened. This is sort of a bit of a classic one, something that did nothing for a long time, quite a while. I mean, when you're a day trader, this is an eternity, and then all of a sudden, sometime in the afternoon, the volume comes back, and boom. Now, will this last? I don't know. But again, remember now when we look left on the weekly chart, this is what we saw. We saw the next high is up here around 339. Not saying it's going to get there, but I mean that's the beautiful thing about this chart right now. Now you see how it's gone. What I call well, obviously it's gone exponential. So the widening of the wave why it becomes a bit of a challenge. Look at the volume that just came into Anro, guys. I mean, yeah, I'm liking this. It's just a different way to present our data, and it's compare count. And generally speaking, when I get the alert, I'm going to see some kind of a volume pop. Now, the closer that this lung gets to that whole number, you know, the volume though is still strong, strong volume. All right, guys, I have just taken some off. Okay, got up to 280 and got up to 286. Now I'll try to hold on until unless it really tears down through that blue wave. Oh, are you talking about something on your on our website, Ex Human Being, that might have been showing an example of a more for marketing, I guess? Is that what you're talking about on our website? You saw NFE next to maybe that's what you meant. This was the Argentinian stock from yesterday, SUPV. What is it doing? Not bad. It's a big day yesterday, of course, above yesterday's high now. See how that is beautiful. See how beautiful that is. Just riding the way up in a very narrow way. Really, really helps you to keep in the trade, in my opinion. So if you're in this trade, down here in this level, there'd be no reason to get out. Just keep riding it. I just think for me anyway, Michelle, I mean, this is just something I've noticed. I don't think it's anywhere. I'm not going to read about it. It just, it just, it just means that the stocks are the bars that you see or the candlesticks, if you're using candlesticks, they're just not as wide. Okay. You're not going to get big drops down and big pops up and down, which can make you a little bit nervous about holding on to a trade. Okay. Whereas if you just see something that's moving up, I call this moving up in an orderly fashion, which, kind of allows you to just keep in the trade a lot longer for me anyway. You typically see this with the larger cap stocks, not so much with the lower priced, low float stocks, because they're the ones that can be pretty volatile, up and down, up and down. That's how I read it. Okay. Doesn't mean don't take the trade if it's and of course it all depends on what you're looking at too. I mean the 15 it looks pretty wide, but the 15 is you can see generally speaking on a 15-minute chart, and if it's a strong stock, it'll probably be blue the whole day. But you'll have to put wider stops. See a little more, see how WKEY, you see how a little bit wider. So you're seeing, stocks that are trying to pierce maybe even the top of the wave or going way down below it, even though it's still orange. You see what I mean? For the WKEY, which has 5 million in the float. It just doesn't mean you can't trade these. It's just that, they're a little more, just a little more challenging for me anyway. Well, you know what, guys? AMKR has had a nice recovery. This is an earnings play, and it's had a nice recovery. The low was 29.50 or so, and it is now right at 32.93 and almost flat, almost back to yesterday's close. So it's had a really, really nice recovery for most of the day. Okay, so question in our YouTube room. Don't know if the area I should be asking, but I wonder how to set up a scanner. Well, depends on what you're looking for. First of all, do you have any trading experience at all, Jen? I'm talking to Jen in our YouTube room. Do you have any trading experience at all? Do you have an idea what you're looking for? Hopefully you can hear me. I'm talking to Jen. I don't need 10 people to say, okay. So you've got okay, so but do you have any idea what you're looking for? What are you kind of looking for? I mean, set up a scanner. I mean, The other thing, want to make sure that you at least did the 10 videos, okay, or the 12 short videos, which goes over alert windows and top list windows. If you haven't, okay, so I mean, I can give you what I use, but just give me a moment. So if you go to my homepage, Jin, a couple of things. I just put in my homepage link. So if you click on my homepage link, and if you scroll down a little bit, if you haven't done this, you should really do this. Oh, sorry. Click on the education section right here where it says more info. Click on that and then scroll down a little bit. Now you don't have to, I mean, I'm sure you've probably logged in. You've been, oops. Okay, start getting started with trade ideas. Okay. So if you haven't done this, please do this. You may not have to do the login, assuming you've got a toolbar and all, but they're very short videos. But one of the things is alerts versus top list windows. Okay. Very short videos. There are 12 of them. If you haven't done that, please do that. Okay. Number one. Now, if you're looking for the pre-market actives, this is what I use. If you click on my homepage link and you scroll down, my scans here, view the scans, pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. That's what I use. Now, if you're looking for pre-market actives up and down, but only large cap stocks, I mean, I can show you how you can, you know, add a filter in here because I don't have a filter like that. All I care about is I want to see the ones that are moving the most up, moving the most down, regardless of whether it's a large cap or a low float stock. But if you want, I mean, you can take this. Now, the other thing is, you know how to get this when you click on my link here. You know how to get it onto your screen. Let me just show you. Okay. So if you click on the open scan, what's going to happen is on mine anyway. Sometimes a new tab will form, but in mine, click on it and it's going to overwrite that tab. So here it is. There is the link. There is the link right there for the scan. So if I, just like most browser functions, I'm going to highlight it, left click and drag. So now the link is highlighted. Okay. And now I'm going to copy it. And that, control C on your keyboard. Now the link is copied. Now to get it onto your screen now is you click on file from our toolbar and load from cloud. So think about this. You put it in the cloud. Now you want to load it from the cloud. File, load from cloud. When you do that, this box will pop up and notice that there it is right there in the box. You notice it ends in C3B8, C3B8. So if you've done it correctly, this box will be full with the link. Then you just load it. Now it's on your screen. Okay, now it's on your screen. So if you wanted to turn this into something that only looked at large cap, now this is what I use in the pre-market. I mean, it still will work once after 9:30, but I don't look at it after 9:30. And this is just a matter of right click, configure, and if you're this is going to show you what the scan is looking for. Okay, I don't even know why I have the RSI is between 1 and 100. I don't know why. It doesn't really matter. But the price is up 3% from yesterday's close. Only 10,000 shares, but most of the time, what I see, many, many more. And the price has to be 50 cents. Okay. Now, if you want, and a good thing to know, if you're wondering if we like what we have in terms of filters and all that, here, this is a top list window. If I right click on it, then click on configure. Again, that shows you what it's looking for. Then I also can click on search. Now, this is good for people who are kind of new to the program because some will say, well, what is, what do you have for RSI? So you just type it in, RSI. Okay. So this is what we've got. We have the 1 minute RSI, 2, 5. Now, if you're looking for the 10-minute RSI, and I'll explain what the difference is, Jen, between a top list window and an alert window. But in that second video, it goes over that. Okay. In the education section on my homepage. So if you're looking for a 10-minute RSI, we don't have it. Okay. So you can only, this is what we've got. When the company started a long time ago, they said they felt that probably most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So what they tried to do was create a lot of different, in this case, these different times. But did they create everything that everybody wants? No. But for the most part, I think, what you'll find now, market cap. So for instance, you want market cap, just type it in. And so you'll notice we do have it. So if you click on it, highlight it, and then add the filter. So you could take that top list that I've got. Now, whatever market cap you think is a minimum for you to identify large cap stocks, whatever that number is, a billion shares I'm sorry. Well, yeah, market cap. Okay, market cap, or maybe you're looking at shares outstanding, but if you can put in whatever market cap you want, whatever you think is a minimum that you want to see. So if you said one, you can type in 1B, that's 1 billion. Notice how this is now changed. Stock where the market cap is at least a billion, as an example. I don't expect you to remember all this, okay? But if you go to the second video that talks about alert windows and top list windows and how you create them, okay? So that's what you can do if you wanted to turn anything that I've got into something a little more customized for you. So the difference in a top list window and an alert window is this. What a top list window does, as long as you have the column header. So you see this column header, might be hard to see, but it says change from the close percent. That's looking for what stocks have moved the most from yesterday's close percentage wise. So I can sort on that. Okay. And I double left clicked. So it's just telling me that VSEE is up 97% from yesterday's close, etc., all the way down this list. Okay. If I wanted to, sort on anything else, as long as I have the relative volume, 300 FRGT, a relative volume of 389. So it basically ranks as long as you have the column header, you can double left click rapidly and you can sort on the column. That's what a top list does. So, classic question. Show me the stocks that are up the most today, percentage wise. Show me the stocks that are down the most. Show me the stocks that are up the most in the last 5 minutes, down the most in the last 5 minutes, things like that. That's what a top list window does. Now, what an alert window does, it creates an event. So you could say, okay, you create your filters like with the top list, and you say, okay, show me stocks between, say, $1 and $50, price range, minimum volume of 200,000 shares, and maybe, add some filters that you like. And then you create what we call a trigger. I mean, this is an alert window, but this is a pretty simple one, just looking at halts and resumes. But so imagine you've got all your filters that you want. You're looking at a certain price range, minimum volume, maybe a minimum market cap, minimum, this and that. These are all the filters would go. And the filters are and features. So the price is between 1 and 50, and the volume is at least 200,000, and. Okay. So they all have to be satisfied. And then you create a trigger. and in an alert window. It could be, and we have a lot of them. These are all real-time alerts. So let's pretend that you have your scan, or you have all your filters that you want, and you said, okay, with all those filters, if all the values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, give me a real-time alert. That's what this does. Okay. These are all the real-time alerts that we've got. You don't have to memorize them all or know them all. Again, the reason why there's so many, again, because we felt that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So that's why they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts. I only use the new high and the new low of the day. I mean, I have a very simple style of trading, but that's the difference, okay, between an alert window and a top list window. A top list window, you can, because a top list window, you could show me the stocks that are up the most today, but it doesn't mean that they're at the high or making new highs right now. In fact, they could have really pulled back, so, but that's what an alert window does. You create the event with your filters and then say, okay, if all the filter values are satisfied and the stock makes a new high for the day, as an example, give me a real-time alert. Well, the top list has filters. The top list can have as many filters as you want, but it's only going to rank the stocks. Okay. It's going to say, show me the stocks that are up the most today. That's all. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. It basically, you can sort on different filters, which some people might not mind if they just want to see the stocks that are up the most today and just concentrate on them. But a lot of people, they want to see something that triggers a real-time alert. So you take those filters and then you add what we call an event, like a new high of the day, new low of the day, new 5-minute high, new 5-minute low, all those sort, and you get a real-time alert if all the filters have to be satisfied, all the values have to be satisfied. And then, oh, for instance, let me bring one that's I know is going to be pretty active. Okay, this is an example of an alert window. Here are my filters. Not very many. I could have a lot more though. Okay. So as long as the stock is between $1 and $70 and the volume today is 400,000 shares, if these two values, if the values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day or a new low for the day, give me a real-time alert. So that's what's happening right here. You see how now in a tip, I'm using this as a demonstration because I wanted to show you how, something that's very active. Typically with an alert, you would put more filters in here because otherwise you just get inundated with alerts. Okay. So you would probably put more filters in here so you can reduce the number of alerts you're going to get. But this is an example of an alert window. So every stock I see here, AEG, STLA, okay, STLA, Stellantis met the filter requirements and made a new high for the day at this point. And you can see it obviously met the filter requirements because the volume is way over 200,000. And okay, so this is just going to, I mean, again, with hardly any filters. So that's the whole idea really of an alert window. I mean, you want to have enough filters that you're not just getting inundated with alerts over and over and over again. Because what are you going to do? Click, 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 click. So is that kind of starting to make sense? So a top list can have a lot of filters, sure, but you're not getting like a real-time alert where you're seeing, when think about it. I mean, you're just saying, hey, show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Just give me a list of them. Whereas this is saying, okay, with the filters in place, meeting all the requirements, show me a stock making a new high for the day or a new low for the day or whatever event you want to trigger. So that's when you asked the very first question, I was wondering how to set up a scanner. So what we call scanners are alert windows, okay? That's what we call a scanner, a real-time alert scanner. But you can probably see then it will require you to say, okay, well, you must have maybe you've got a price range you like to look at. Maybe you have a minimum volume that you want. Maybe you want that minimum market cap size. Keep adding filters so you're not going to get inundated with alerts and then create whatever you think is a trigger. Could be a new high of the day, new low of the day, new 5-minute high, new 5-minute low, things like that. I can't tell you what, you want to see. So you see how lung got kind of stalled up on that area. Didn't quite take out that 3 level. So that's why and now it's right back underneath 250. So here's my okay, you're talking the unusual tech and your NUVB. I guess that was you in our YouTube room asked about it. Okay, so this is what I would say. Now, listen, it may not be the same. Typically, that's a pretty big float, but typically stocks like this don't care that much about the Fed. Okay, typically they fly under the radar. I mean, the ones that obviously, the larger cap stocks. Oh, this is a fairly, I mean, 257 times 5. I mean, it's a fairly large market cap, but typically these lower price stocks don't care that much about what happens with the Fed tomorrow. Typically, now I'm not saying so. I'm not trying to say yeah, don't get rid of it because it's not the Fed is not going to affect it. The other thing too is, I mean, you can keep holding it because the Fed isn't until 2 o'clock. But you'll see a lot of these stocks, they don't care that much about what the Fed is doing, unless the Fed says, you know what, we're going to increase interest rates 4%, and we're going to keep doing it. Of course, the whole market would sell off. I mean, that's a ridiculous statement. They would never do that. So on my homepage, if you're talking about not so much well, okay, we can call them lessons, but just sort of a general get you started. That's what I call like getting started with trade ideas. So clicking on my homepage link and then scrolling down, education section is right here. Click on the more info and then scroll down a little bit more and getting started with trade ideas. I mean, I suppose you could call them lessons, and they're 12 short videos. But Ori, you've been around for a long time. You probably don't have to do that. But maybe as a refresher, I don't know. Now you're in since 396. That's you've got a tremendous run then. And I guess since the 23rd, I guess they had that news about enroll's first patient in G203 study, and it's just sort of continued from there. It's interesting because it's excuse me, is not a low float, quarter of a billion in the float. So that's a great move. I mean, it's been a nice move with that sort of a float. That news obviously has it's been a continuation off that news. Favorable meeting with the FDA. And that's not today. I mean, this is previous. So that's what got it started. Now, the other thing to look at is where could it keep going? If it, I have to look at a monthly chart now. So on a monthly chart, 6 is the next high. So we're getting close. But you know what? I mean, it's been moving, 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 and taking all these highs out. So I mean, nothing doesn't mean this is going to stall it. If you can get through all that, then you've got 9. I mean, again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but it is when you look at it on a daily chart, it certainly looks extended. But somebody might have said, "Well, it's pretty extended here. Okay, here. Okay, here. Okay, here." If you keep watching this thing keep moving, at some point, sure, there's probably going to be some profit taking. But I wouldn't worry as much about the Fed. No, there's no mobile app for the, for the program. Unfortunately, 160. Has there been audio issues? Well, you're the first person to say that. I'm not saying there hasn't been. Now, some of the audio issues we've had in the past, since my machine has been completely revamped, which we sometimes my service provider has had these little outages, which has affected the room. YouTube has been fine. So I don't know if that's happened. Nobody has said anything though. I did notice that something happened in here in which the my screen was being displayed, and I thought, I wonder if the and that usually means there might have been a little glitch. Yeah, I'm wondering if again I'm having the issue with my service provider. Well, with that in mind, I think it's probably a good time for me to take off. Okay, guys. So unless there are any more questions, I will take off now. Thanks for all the help as usual all day long. For those of you in our YouTube room, if you want to head into the main room will remain open till about 3:55. Nobody's talking and there's no screen sharing, but there's still of activity in the room. So again, for those of you in YouTube, if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down to the trading room, okay, that'll get you, and it's free. Same thing, it's free. Okay, guys, I see no more questions. So again, thanks for all the help. Now the main room will be open at 6:45 Eastern time tomorrow morning, and I'll open the YouTube room sometime between 8:30 and 8:40, and I'll get on the mic both rooms at around 9 o'clock. So have a great evening, everybody, and we will see you tomorrow. Okay, we'll see you tomorrow. So I'm going to mute myself now in the main room and stop the screen sharing. And YouTubers, I have to end the stream.